Now, the last stream ended with a little bit of IRL PvP. I don't want that anymore. That's not happening. We don't need to do that. Not today. I'd go on camera right now, but I'm eating a baby bell, so no. Hi Josh, how are you today? What do you mean by that? Why would you come in here and say that? We were having a great stream, and you're like, hey Josh, tell me everything about you forever? God. Can a man not simply sit and play WoW for a bit? You know, people used to say to me, Josh, I think, and I'd say, I'm going to stop you right there. That's the first mistake you're making. Stop doing that. That's just going to lead to unhappiness. Some of you have had a bit too much to think. Need to slow down. Time to load the blunderbussy. Don't make me get out the blunderbussy. It's on the shelf behind me. You might think, Josh, there's nothing behind you. Lies. It's a green screen. This is just how modern technology works. Thinking's not good for your health. 100% of people who have ever had a thought have eventually died. You know who else used to like a bit of a think? Jesus. You know what happened to him? Killed. Hoisted by his own regard. Although, to be fair, Jesus should have known that something was up because one of his friends was literally called Judas. The name we give to people who are going to betray you. Use your context clues, Jesus. Judas was a bad guy, we all know that. You know what Jesus should have done? Jesus should have watched the musical Jesus Christ Superstar. Then he would have known. Judas, cheeky little chap, up to no good. You know who else had thoughts? Judas. Guess what? Also killed. Ephemeral Squirrel, why am I here? That's a good question. There are other Twitch streams. Would you like me to recommend you some? You can go to many other places. Let's see who else is online right now. Emzy, she's online right now. Go and watch her play World of Warcraft. Ray Darling, also playing World of Warcraft. Zaryu, playing World of Warcraft. I'm seeing a theme here. Zizaran's playing Grim Dawn. Yeah, you can go and watch him. He's better than me. Then you've also got Mr. GM. He's playing World of Warcraft. Echo, they're doing the race for World First. I'm also involved in the race for World First. I'm just going much slower. Was the IRL PvP also full loot like Albion? No, Albion Online was fun. Thing is, some guy came in and was like, Josh, do you feel good misrepresenting your enemies online? And I'm like, yeah, obviously. That's what I do. I just spend all my time. There's actually an entire caliphate of us YouTubers that just like to hang out and misrepresent people. We were really hoping that nobody would work it out, but apparently you guys did, and we're all quite annoyed at that, because secrecy was honestly the name of the game when that was happening. The fact that you've all managed to work it out, quite irritating. Quite annoying. He did get me monologuing for an hour. We got a lot of content of that. Would I really go to twitch.com and tell lies? I've never lied in my entire life, apart from just then. Vivid, you've gifted 5 subs to the community. First of all, thank you. Second of all, why? I've been streaming for like 2 minutes. Nothing's happened yet. You don't know the quality of this stream. It could all go downhill from here. You could have wasted your money. You might have done. You know what? If Visa were monetized, he would have made a lot of money on last stream. He's not. Welcome to the stream. Have some ad blockers. I appreciate it. Burn Kush. Burn Kush! I cannot support that because what you are encouraging is drugs. I can't believe that. BRN Kush. That's 5 gifted ad blockers, but you are encouraging people to partake in the marijuana, in the devil's lettuce. I cannot in good faith encourage someone to do something that would damage their health. Anyway, play World of Warcraft. You've been encouraged, you can do some drugs. This is how it starts. This is how it begins. Someone called Burn Kush, who obviously works for Big Weed, joins the stream and then says, stop Why are the noises happening? Hang on. God damn it. Why is a hype train happening? Everyone stop. Everyone sit down and stop it. I love Burn Kush. This is a Christian Minecraft server. And I will not accept any of your drugs. You know who didn't do drugs? Jesus. You're a big fan of big weed. Look, some of you are easily impressionable. I don't appreciate that. Some of you will just do anything that you are told online. So when someone called Burn Kush arrives and gives 5 subs, some of you are going to be tempted to go and do the drug. And I cannot have that on my mind or my conscience. What you should instead do is use code JOSH to get 10% off gamer subs. But Josh, I thought you were against this. No, I'm against it when it doesn't benefit me. Stop subscribing. Hepix, I appreciate it, but it makes a little notification go off. Can we mix the gamer subs with the drugs? I am legally contracted to say no comment on that. I can neither encourage nor Once you've bought it, it's yours. You know, live your best life. Don't ask streamers whether you should or shouldn't mix powdered drinks with drugs. That's the decision you have to make for yourself. When are we getting the Goth Girl spit-flavoured gamer subs? Trick question. That's all of them. Right, I've finished his little quest. Burn the first and second tablets. Oh god, we're burning things in-game now as well. See, that's what you've done. That's what started. Where should I be for quests? I'm level 44. I need to level 44 quest. I feel that Tanaris is a tad beyond where I should be. I think I want to go back to Dustwallow. Dustwallow seemed like a safer place to be. Anyway, how are you guys doing today? How's everyone? Juaz says, hi Josh. Hi Juaz. Welcome to you. I can't encourage anyone in good faith to listen to anyone here. What, Josh, why do you have so many spells on your action bar? So, I've only actually got 3 spells on my action bar. Attack is not a spell. It's a command. It's an important command, but not a spell. Seal of Righteousness, very important. Consecration, very important. Hammer of Justice, important. Judgment, I'm going to tie in with Seal of Righteousness. And 6 is the Elixir of Water Breathing, which is very important, just in case I need it. I love listening to you talk. I'm currently looking for a job, so I'm glad I get to enjoy the streams to cheer me up. Job hunting sucks, man. I've been there, I've done that. I've got the t-shirt, and it's a horrible t-shirt. It just says, try harder. It's awful. No one's there to support you. No one understands how bloody difficult the whole thing is. So good luck with that. I've been where you are, and I know that it's the worst place to be. So, do your best. What would Josh flavor gamer subs taste like? Probably Wet Ghosts. I think Wet Ghosts, which is just really weak lemon. You're a beginner WoW player. On Paladin, basically just use Seal of Righteousness 90%. Oh yeah, while questing, Seal of Righteousness just adds more damage to your auto attack. And seeing as most of what we do is auto attack, just keep Seal of Righteousness up the whole time, and you'll be fine. Right, so we've got Retribution, Righteous Fury, Blessing of Sanctuaries up and on me, Seal of Righteousness is on and ready. That's kind of it. That's it. Is ghost euphemism for fart? No, not in this case. It's just straight up Wet Ghosts. Oh, dandelion and burdock flavor. Yes. That is one of my favorite flavors, as you guys all know. Have I ever done a discussion video about Warhammer books? I think it might be fun. So the problem is that you can't really change around what you do or don't do on a certain YouTube or Twitch channel. You kind of have to stay real focused, like within your lane. So as much as I love Warhammer books and Warhammer lore, it's not really something I'd be able to cover on the main channel. Like, I could talk about it on a third channel, but I don't have time for that. Would I describe myself as a furry? No, but I would describe myself as having watched Treasure Planet and seen Captain Amalia and thought, ah, that's the best way I'd describe it. Like, I'm not a furry. But there's a level of anthropomorphism that once it reaches human enough, you kind of go, hey. Like that. You have to make those exact noises in order. The one postman who saw me in cat ears probably thinks I'm a furry. That's why I had to move house. Josh, you have let down the furry community for the last time. I'm pretty sure I've let them down for the first time. Would you date a 10 out of 10 furry girl or a 6.5 out of 10 normie gal? That's not even a question. Free tech support? Obviously the 10 out of 10. Anytime the internet goes down, they're going to know exactly what to do. Look, guys, if Disney didn't want people to be furries, why was Robin Hood sexy? Why make him a sexy fox? Not truly free, you do have to make her happy in return. We just rewatches Disney's Robin Hood. He wasn't. Go back and rewatch that film. You go back, you rewatch that film. Robin Hood. That's where the origin of the term foxy comes from. 15 minutes into stream, we're already onto sexy foxes. I'm not a furry. There's a level of anthropomorphism, like I've just said, that is acceptable. Like, he was way too sexy. I'm not a furry, he says furrily, as he furred down the stairs. Robin Hood walked so Zootopia could run. Disney knew exactly, well, Disney Pixar knew exactly what they were doing when they made Zootopia. He furred calmly. So, no, I'm not. Would I describe myself as bifurious? I suppose more intrigued is the best way. So you're saying you're a scaly. Well, I mean, the first time a dragon appears in Skyrim and they're like, you have to conquer the dragon, I'm like, I can do that. And then they say you have to kill it. I'm like, oh, no. No, our minds went in two different places right there. Did I play a furry warrior? I think that's what happened. I started enjoying the furry warrior until someone pointed out there was only one R and it was Fury Warrior, and then I was less bothered. Look, if you didn't want 90s and millennial kids to end up being furries, why make all of the anthropomorphic animals so sexy? Why make Treasure Planet the way it is? Why would you do this? Morrowind corrupted you with the lusty Argonian maid. It did. Lola Bunny. Oh my god, Lola Bunny always makes me giggle because of a practical joke that a friend played on me once that I thought was extremely funny. Oh god, I don't know if he'd appreciate me telling this story, but I'm going to tell it anyway. I was procuring all of my software through good and legal means, as we all do. And I needed a bit of software that I had legally purchased for legal reasons many years ago. However, I did not have access to the exact executable at the time, and so I contacted a friend of mine, another YouTuber called ProJared, and I was like, hey Jared, I think I've seen you use this program before in one of your videos. Do you have access to it still? And he responded to me saying, yeah, no problem, I'll send you the executable via Gmail or Google Drive. And I was like, yeah, thanks, I appreciate that. And he sent me a link and I clicked it. And I didn't realize at the time that he had changed the name of the executable to Lola Bunny Porn, which got flagged up by my Gmail. As something I wasn't meant to download. And I'm like, I don't remember doing this. Have I been hacked? What's happened? And then I realized that he'd just changed the name of the executable. So anyway, yeah, ProJared, absolute dick. It did make me laugh. When I realized what he'd done, like, I absolutely 100% I found that very funny. But But no, he helped me out then. It was a good lad. That was banter. That's what bants between mates was at the time. Oh, God, it was good. Anyway, how is everyone else doing today? We all good? We all doing okay? Right, what's this? This is go and kill something. Gotcha. Oh, there's another quest. Oh, quest log is full. Right. What don't we need? What's Razor Fan Downs, Host of Evil? I'm never going to do that, so let's get rid of you and instead accept this quest. Beautiful. That's a crazy story, Josh. When will you tank Zul'Farrak? Soon. Genuinely soon. I need to go and get other stuff first. I want to tank when I'm slightly over-leveled, okay? That's the plan. When I'm over-leveled to tank, I will tank. Now, I think I need to kill some... Are there more quests to accept over here? Ah, yeah, there are way more quests. Let's go and get those and then go and do them. Unless I can go and kill these wormtail things first. Starting with classic raids or TBC? I don't know. I'll probably do classic when I get to level 60. We'll see what we can do. But then, of course, I'm happy to just go into the Burning Crusade if that's what people want me to do. The main problem that I've got is that I know that Burning Crusade dungeons or heroic dungeons will just be so much more useful than almost anything that I could possibly get in retail. Like, I really want to go and get the Paladin Golden Armor set through doing PvP. Josh, first time chatter, why are you running the game on Windows 98? Why not? When you've got the best operating system, just kind of keep going with it. Yeah, the Grand Marshal. I love the look of the Grand Marshal stuff. It looks really cool. It might not be the best, but, you know, it looks pretty cool. And that makes me happy. I also love the fact there's a dragon just flying above us. That's so cool. Nax gear is pretty damn good. If we can get enough people to do the raids, I will. The thing is, can you still do the level 60 raids to like a fun degree when you are level 70? Just take fewer people. Because I still want to do the level 60 raids, but I want them to be challenging. So instead of taking like 25 level 60s, could we just take like 15 level 70s? Because I still want to do the raids. I just don't want to feel that I'm kind of cheating myself out of the challenge of them. You still need to be attuned. That's fine. Josh going to be out here streaming while tanking raids and talking to chat. Yeah, that's my plan. I want to be able to do both. I want to be able to multitask. If I can multitask, I'll be happy. Just need to grab some more of these wormtail things. Can we acknowledge the way you play is the right way to enjoy WoW? I'm going to be honest, Lazy. I think the right way is whatever you enjoy. So, someone said something yesterday that I really, really appreciated. I didn't pick up on it at the time, but it was fantastic. They said one of the best ways to play an MMORPG, best ways to play anything, really, is to find people who match your enthusiasm. Maybe not your level of skill, but your enthusiasm. Like, if you both want to play a game seriously, great, play that game seriously. Go for it. That's one of the best ways to do it. If you both want to get into PvP, do it. If you both want to just chill and relax, go for it. To me, a lot of this game is just a pretty chilled, relaxed time. I'm not taking it super seriously. But, very important you understand this. When it comes to teaming up with people, when it comes to actually doing any kind of group content, because I'm not going to be the only person doing the group content, I will then take it seriously. I've often said, don't take yourself seriously, but do take what you do seriously. So, you know, laugh at yourself, laugh at your little insecurities, laugh at your weaknesses, laugh at your jokes, all that kind of stuff. But when you're actually doing something, especially when other people are involved, do try. do put effort into it. So I'll be talking to you guys and I'll be tanking, but if there's a situation where I've got to actually focus the game for a second to, you know, keep the team alive, then I'm going to do that. But I don't really see World of Warcraft as this super difficult game. I'm sure you can play it in a super difficult way, but that really just isn't the vibe or the way that I want to play it. Maybe one day we play it in a super duper difficult, serious way. Till then, we just chill out, relax, grind. And just chat with each other, you know? I've noticed you put in a lot more effort now that you're tanking. I put in the amount of effort that is required based on the team's reliance on me. Like, if I am DPSing, yeah, I can chill out for a bit. There's a middle ground. Someone please laugh at my jokes, it can't be me. Sometimes I've got to laugh at my own jokes because, you know, you've got to find yourself funny. Is that the difficulty after hardcore? Super duper difficulty? Yes, it is. Difficulty in World of Warcraft goes normal, easy, hardcore, super duper, and then streamer, which is the hardest way to play any game. You are dangerously well-adjusted and mature, and it offends some people, I think. I find that very, very offensive, okay? I am not mature at all. How dare you? I am not a cheese. I am just a child that's managed to grow up slightly and now continues to play this game. Right, you, Razorfen, get in my bag. Is streaming the hardest ways to play games because streaming is the hardest job in the world? Well, I didn't say that. Not my words, your words, but I appreciate you pointing them out to me and noticing them. So, yes. Yes, it is. Some people think that I'm joking all the time. Not joking. This is how serious this is. Okay, there's like a 60% drop rate of these feathers, so we could be here a while. You should tell that to the next person complaining the stream isn't hardcore. Look, man, people want me to play games in different ways all the time. You look very Chinese today, my friend. Good on you. Okay. That is a heck of a conversation start. And I think we're going to need to really expand that comment. He has a point, Josh. Why? What's happened? No, let's... This guy's cooking. I'm not sure what's going to happen. But what's happening? Is there a reason for that? What have I done? How have I changed? No, I see it too. Several of you see it. Now, if several people see it, obviously there's something I'm not seeing. Let's expand that. Let's unwrap this. Let's unravel. For real. It's not obviously insulting, but clearly what you're talking about is just purely aesthetic. There is a level of aesthetic change to this stream that's made people look at me and go, Chinese. What's changed? Obviously, you've become more Chinese. Yeah, we've established that. What I'm trying to now establish is the specifics. We've got the general. The general of you've played too much Where Winds Meet. I get it. Was it that one bit of hair going over the eyebrow, making me look like Pai Mei from the old Kill Bill films? What did I just walk into? Luna, do I look Chinese? You've just walked in, which means you're actually in a really good position to judge this right now. Don't feel the need to answer. Don't feel pressured. What did I eat last night? That's a good question. I think I had eggs on a bagel. You don't look not Chinese. Okay, I was about to say that's not helpful, but it is. It is data. This is all data. You look like a MapleStory character. That's Korean, I think. I think it's the harsh lighting and the white shirt. Is my face looking different? What's happening here? Do you like kebabs? Obviously, every Englishman likes kebabs. You look more like a main character in a soap opera or television. Okay, we can go with that. You do have a bright yellow light on you. It's the skin tone. Right, gotcha. There are 3 lights over there. They are somewhat more yellow. I can fix this, don't worry. I can fix this. Filters, color correction, hue shift. Brilliant. Now I've gone with English person on the beach. Fixed and fixed. Oh, damn, did you get a tan? Yeah. Thank you for noticing. Now I'm the color of gammon, which means I need to go and start listening to Tommy Robinson and watching GBBs. From Paladin to Scarlet Crusader. What if we change it again? To... Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Color correction. Let's switch the hue shift. We can go all the way to, like, blue. Now we can go to... Hang on, hue shift. Where are we shifting to? What about that? There we go. That's better. And then the contrast... down slightly. The gamma. I do love me a good bit of gamma. The gamma can go down. The gamma up, though, makes my hair look kind of cool. Got a kind of grey thing going on, which I quite like. And then hue shift again, very slightly toward the red. Perfect. Now it looks sickly. I'll just go with that. Sick, but like the 90s version of when things were cool. Josh is doing Blueface. The Na'vi are raging in the comments. Well, they're allowed to rage, alright? They're the bad guys in that film. You have scurvy. That's fine. That's just the price you pay for living in the UK and not eating vegetables. Where are you on the scale from English to Chinese? What is the scale? What's that scale? Are we going to do that? Is that what we're doing today? The English to Chinese tier list? Where does that tier list start? I mean, yeah, we both love tea. There we go. Why don't we just focus on our similarities instead? England and China, both big fans of tea. Tea is great. What's in the middle? Probably Hong Kong. Yeah, there we go. Cozy, you and I got that straight away. That was parallel thought process. Love that. Don't forget the opium. No, stop talking about drugs. Go and sit with Burn Kush. You digging the white shirt? Thank you, it's all I own. Today started off in a much more Chinese way than I thought it would. Like, I'm not complaining, but I wasn't expecting it. Josh, since you're rich and no martial arts, have you thought about becoming Batman? I thought about it. I looked at the amount of training it would need, and then I realized that being Batman would be very detrimental to my World of Warcraft career. So you don't own the shirt from yesterday. This is the shirt from yesterday. The thing is Batman because of what he's scared of. I don't know what I'm scared of. Like, what would I be? Taxman? What do I fear? Real job, man. Why are there so many dinosaurs in a place that looks like England currently looks? You're afraid of women. Look, Ruben, you don't need to be afraid of women. Women are just human beings like you and me, except, and this is very important, they can sense fear and breathe fire. They can also double jump, but they hide it really well. I've seen them do it. They don't like people knowing about it. But that is the thing that happens. They also have laser eyes. I'm going to be honest, guys. When I first heard the term laser eye surgery, I got really excited, and then I realized it just made you see a little bit better. I think that was false advertising about what that surgery truly is, or could be. Like, if I go and get laser eye surgery and I just come out with slightly better vision, I've been missold something. There's some advertising agency stuff going on there that I need to correct. Sabi, thank you for the bits. That's very, very kind of you. One day you'll get lasers for eyes. Yes. You mean it doesn't give your eyes access to the punch dimension? I know. What's up with that? Just call it see-gooder surgery. Don't call it laser eye surgery. You're selling me a lie. You're making me excited and then just immediately shutting it down. Right, who's Goreclaw the Ravenous? I'm going to assume it's that big dinosaur just there that's probably a boss and I probably shouldn't fight by myself. But guess what, Goreclaw the Ravenous? Didn't get this far by only having good ideas. That's it, Goreclaw. You get focused on me. You know what? Being a paladin? Goddamn. Didn't even use consecration. Didn't even consecrify. And that's 2 more quests over in Mudsprocket to hand in today. We could end up tanking Zul'Farrak later. I've even got one of the Zul'Farrak swords, so I can use that. In fact, I might be able to use that now. Consecration on a single mob is a waste of mana. It's not a waste of mana, it's a message. It's a message that their death is more important than my mana. Like, I can get mana back. Sometimes you do these things not because they're efficient, but because they aren't efficient, and you need to prove who you are. The reason they call it laser eye surgery is because they use lasers to correct God's mistakes. Are lasers more powerful than God? Like, if God attacked us and life was a tower defense game, would laser turrets do extra damage to him? I think they would. Guy goes like, obviously. God. It's like you haven't even thought about this. Definitely. I haven't really thought about it too much, but I definitely think that if I was attacked by any form of God, I would like a laser gun. I think I'd like a laser gun without that happening, to be honest. Is God wet? Give me 20 minutes. Ooh, hello, look at this. A ring, leather, and some plate legs. Okay. Strength and stamina, and they are worse than the Scarlet Crusade legs. How do they look? They look worse. I will complete... my inventory's full. God damn it. You need 20 minutes for that. You can't rush it. That is the leading cause of people failing rushing. You don't want to rush. Let's just get rid of some stuff that I don't need. Who does and does not need any of these things? Map fragments. South Sea lamp, don't need that either. Just selling all the stuff that I don't need. MSN Messenger nudge sound dot wave. Dot wave has got to be some kind of link. Nocturnal. I'm just going to sell all this stuff, to be fair. None of this is needed. Mage cloth is needed by a couple of people in the guild, so I can keep that for them. But beyond that, I am just selling, like, everything else. Because I clearly don't need it. There's a pendant there that I've had for ages that I'm not going to use. But I think I could probably just sell. Plus 10 stamina, plus 4 spirit. No, I don't need the Dragonclaw ring. Right, now I've sold some stuff. Let's go and answer this question. You messed up the joke because my finger's brain decided to cooperate. That's okay. The joke was still funny. Now I've got your legs and I'm going to sell them. Imagine the absolute dominance to be given some legs, then immediately sell them. Because that's just how you roll. A couple of the guys in the guild want the mage weave cloth, so I'm pretty much just saving that for them. So I feel it's useful for them. Right, more quests, if we have any more quests to do. If not, we are killing Dragonkin. Let's go! Why am I hiding Herod's Helm? I'm not hiding Herod's Helm, I'm hiding the Ice Metal Barbute. And the problem with the Ice Metal Barbute is it just doesn't look very cool. Vibes don't match. Vibes are off.
It's too far away.
No problem at all showing the helmets off, but we need the correct vibes for the helmets. Vibes are off, don't do it. Doesn't work. Right, so what is this? Stone Mall banner. What's the quest with the Stone Mall banner that I need to do? Right, where am I currently? Dustwallow Marsh. Retrieve the Stone Mall banner. Oh, it's going to be in some kind of cave, isn't it? It's going to be in the cave of dragons and whatnot. Right, I've got to go around this way, then go into the cave, then go and kill the dragon. I see what's happening here. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let me go into this little cave. Go and see what these guys are all up to. There we go, the Den of Flame. That's going to be what this is all about. Another day, another cave. Let's just stick on Righteous Fury. Let's go kill you. Right, we're all good. We've got Righteous Fury, we've got the Blessing, we've got the Aura, we've got the Seal. That's pretty much all you need to be a Paladin. Fury, Auras, Seals, Blessings. Go hit things. Josh's chat. My friend sent me $20 to get Final Fantasy XIV so I can join their free company. I just finished the starter city quest chain as a gladiator. Am I cooked? No, not at all. As long as you enjoy it, keep playing. It's a good game. What is the opposite of Righteous Fury? Wrongful Fury. You can change around how FF14 works. You can change your class pretty much freely. So just keep going. Did I select Paladin because I can focus more on chat? Yeah, pretty much. And then I'm going to be able to also tank dungeons, and queue times are going to go. I chose tank because I want to be able to focus on the chat and not die. I also chose tank because I want to be able to do dungeons without constantly waiting for a... I can't invite you. Constantly waiting for a tank to go and do any of the actual dungeons. And I chose Paladin because I just want to feel superior to everyone else. Do you need to buy Classic, or can you get it with a basic sub? I think once you are subscribed to Warcraft, you have access to Classic and Anniversary. Just make sure that if you are joining us on the Thunder Fury server, you have got a sub to the EU realm. Because there's like an American Classic sub and an EU Classic sub. It's really important you got the correct sub. The tank fantasy is standing there taking hits and not dying and Qs popping quickly. The Paladin fantasy, Thunder Strike, sorry, not Thunder Fury, Thunder Strike. The Paladin class fantasy is moral, ethical superiority over other people. You have to be able to judge other people because that's not only a Paladin skill, but also a Paladin trait. I just want the big hammer, the big shield, and the big ego. Druids tank by turning into a bear, and warriors tank by holding shield and having lots of health, and paladins tank, honestly, through the power of audacity. Mostly ego. The paladin ego is palpable. It can be pulped. And we just need to get the black dragonkin essence. Hang on, why is the dragonkin essence not dropping? Track down Flame and use Brog's totem on their corpses. I should read quests. Right, let me target the corpse, use the totem. There we go. What if someone told you to their face that they were going to palpate your ego? I would check that we've got a safe word, and then I would put the mask back on. I know what I'm about. What I do in my free time is up to me. Okay? You can't be out here trying to make me feel bad for living my best life. Have I seen done Blood Moon Rises? No, not yet. I've heard it's good, though. People are saying good things about it. Palp originates from the Latin palpus, meaning feeler. I see. To touch softly or to feel. Thank you, Unusual. I now know more. I feel that we're all slightly more educated. Ah, there we go. The Stonemore banner. That's what we have to get left. What's the best Warhammer Age of Sigmar army? Whichever one you enjoy painting the most. Rules change, models stay cool forever. Choose one that looks cool, go with that. People always try and tell me that, you know, they need to know what the best item is, the best army is, the best weapon is. Look, man, rules change. The meta comes and goes. Pick something you think looks badass and just stick with that. Which Warhammer paint tastes the best? So I'm going to go with a bit of an off-kilter answer here. The Tesseract Glow Necron Green paint has got this lovely kind of acidic aftertaste to it. Bit of a kick. And yeah, you could definitely, because whenever I'm painting, obviously what you do is to keep the bristles straight on your brush, you put the brush tip in your mouth, purse your lips, and then just kind of pull the brush out of your mouth. You know, keeping pressure with your lips on. That's how you keep the bristles on any brush straight. We all know that. So yeah, I would say the Necron Tesseract Glow has this kind of Haribo sour candy quality to it. 10 out of 10. Good choice. Sounds amazing, going to drink a gallon of it. I can't say whether that is or isn't a good idea to do, but like, I'm not going to stop you from doing it.
I'm out of range.
So I've got to do a few more of the
It's too far away.
special things here. Like, I've got to kill some Firebane things.
I'm out of range.
I think it's got to be something you've killed. And there seems to be somebody else in this cave right now, killing these things with me. Today we're learning how to taste paint. No, I'm not telling you to do that for a legal defense point of view. Should Games Workshop release a paints-based energy drink? Maybe we can get GamerSupps to do a Warhammer paint flavored energy drink next. I feel there'd be no legal repercussions with that whatsoever. You know, that's probably fine. GamerSupps would probably do it. They are a little bit crazy like that. A can of Nuln oil. Oil your insides. That's what you need to be doing. If you have a glass of water that you rinse your brushes in, you have the pain energy drink. Do not have a cup of tea while at the same time painting, where you use a mug to wash your brushes, because you already know what's going to happen. You're going to wash your mug, wash your brushes, get your tea, take a big swig of paint water. If you raid in the future, are you going to tank or switch to DPS and heals? Well, normally I'd say I'm a switch, but right now I'm probably going to focus on tanking. Let's keep our focus really on World of Warcraft. This sounds like a lesson learned by personal experience, Josh. Oh god, yeah, anyone that has painted any amount of Warhammer has at some point taken a swig of paint water. It's just the way it is. I thought you were a swinger. That's only when I've got a field full of goblins and I know I'm going to win. That is the time to swing. I've still got to kill more of these things and get more essence. Is this the real 2005 WoW? I mean, it's pretty close. Don't get me wrong. It's pretty damn close. Anyone who has painted anything has at some point learned that you will eventually drink the water. It's just, it happens. We don't make people bad for it, it just happens. Where is the Crossfire chat with Winamp design? I'm actually connecting to people via GameSpy at this point. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Yes. Contrasts nicely with the meatiness of the pepperoni. You need some acidic tang of the pineapple. Create a paladin ult. Do it. Sim Tower on the side. No, we've got Roller Coaster Tycoon going on. Then maybe later on I'll play some Myth, the Fallen Lords. Just to really drive home the old Blizzard design. Some of you are not a fan of pineapple on pizza, and honestly, that's just showing your cowardice. You see, pineapple has an enzyme within it that actually, very slowly, this is true, digests human flesh. Give it enough time and a pineapple will effectively melt through you. Which means pineapple is one of the very few things that when you eat it, it will try and eat you right back. And I respect that in an enemy. So I put pineapple on pizza to, in a way, give it a sick kind of chance. I'm like, okay, pineapple, listen, I'm going to eat you. Here's your chance to eat me right back. Either this pizza's finishing and I'm alive or I'm dead. Good luck. Pineapple is a worthy foe. That's true. That's why pineapple's a bit spicy and a bit tingly and a bit tangy in the mouth, you know? You made me hate pineapple even more. That's fine, as long as you can eat it. You don't need to like it. I like that this stream is a third innuendos, a third philosophy, and a third facts that Josh read 6 years ago and is repeating now. Well, obviously, yeah, because I stopped reading 6 years ago when I realized it was for nerds. I've not done much in the last 6 years. It's mostly just been World of Warcraft. What else do you want me to do? Pineapple is too wet for pizza. Just cook it. I would say it's more than a third innuendo. I'd say the innuendos are pushed at least halfway in. I want to say hello but highlighted this time. Congratulations. You achieved that dream. Love the fact that you can just keep up consecration. Do a ton of damage. So what else do you guys want to know? I've told you about some pineapple stuff. We've gone with some decent facts. I think we've had some good information. It's sweet. It's acidic. That's why you want to go with the MSG, monosodium glutamate, or make shit good. The special salt that makes everything taste better. Can we all collectively just agree that the word umami is weird? Like, it's the last taste you learn about. Sweet, okay, I can get behind that. Sour, I understand that. Bitter, right? I'm in. Umami, what do you want about? That's not a word. You've just put random letters together. What happens to a ghost's wetness in a sauna? Sometimes you ask questions that I'm not qualified to even think about, let alone answer. Right, let's go hand this back into Mud Sprocket. We've got 2 more complete quests. What are some of my favourite board games? Big fan of the campaign for North Africa. Definitely a game that you should get your friends around and play with together. Fun fact, they're debating adding water and fat to the tastes. What does water and fat... Surely water just tastes like whatever your mouth tastes like. Unless the water is hard water or soft water. I'm obviously a very tough, manly man, so I only ever drink hard water, and swallowing it is very difficult. Salt, fat, acid, heat. Look, when I was a kid, there were 5 senses. I had a tape player and a tape cassette that had a song on it, and the song went, look, listen, touch, smell, taste. That was basically me learning about all of the 5 senses. Look, listen, touch, smell, taste. They were the 5 senses. And then, as I've grown up, apparently, they've added more. I just don't think they should be allowed to do that. What you learn in school should be it. That should be fine. That should be right. And then you're like, oh, actually now there's like this kinesthesis, which is the sense of speed. The knowledge of positioning of your body within 3D space. What are you on about? Things change, you know. No, they don't. You're not allowed to update education. There are no patch notes. There's no expansion pack to the world. We get it, Josh. You're old. Listen. Now, I'm not saying that all technology and all science was correct. We got some of it wrong. The idea of having taste zones on the tongue, it's straight up wrong. Right, that was incorrect. Did I learn how many planets are in the solar system? My very excellent mother just served us 9 pizzas. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Pizzas. Right, you're all laughing at me because I pronounced the planet Uranus as Uranus. And don't get me wrong, it's very funny, okay? But hilarious, genuinely. 10 out of 10 comedy. But what you have to understand is that there are things that are funnier. It's peak comedy, don't get me wrong. It is absolutely peak comedy. I mean, we'll all get a kick out of that one. Funnier than Uranus? No. I don't think there's any way to be funnier than that, to be honest. Can I tell more jokes like yesterday? I don't think any of you deserve that, to be honest. And you can take that as either I'm being kind to you or I'm being cruel to you. Maybe both. The funeral jokes are peak comedy, though. They are. They're dead funny. Do you see what I just did there? I said dead funny in relation to a funeral. That's topical. That is true, though. Paladins do, in fact, have 6 senses. Look, listen, touch, smell, taste, and then justice. Are furries welcome here? Unfortunately, they have to be somewhere. Of course furries are welcome here. I need IT support. Josh, please bless me with shitty dad jokes. I will tell you some terrible dad jokes later on. Not right now. I'm just saying, guys, if you hold a furry convention and an IT convention in the same place, you've held one convention. No idea why, but that's just how it goes. The furry and the IT community happen to be very strongly linked. Not judging, just pointing out patterns. The Venn diagram is just a circle. How to find motivation to go to the gym when you have none. Greetings, by the way. Greetings, Green Boy. You want the most honest motivation? Day's going to happen whether you want it to or not. Weeks are going to come and go, months are going to come and go. And in a couple of years' time, the person you are will have been built by the actions you take today. You can either be that person or not be that person. You get to see who you are now in a few years' time. You want to be that guy or not be that guy? Go to the gym or don't go to the gym. It's entirely up to you. But if you do go, in a couple of years' time, you get to see the person that went to the gym. If you don't go, in a couple of years' time, you get to see the person that didn't go to the gym. They say hell is when the person you became meets the person you could have become. So your actions today decide who you get to become. But if you're going to skip leg day, that's fine. Skipping's good cardio. You hate the gym, so you do dumbbell exercises at home. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Your body is your body. Put as much or as little effort into it as you want to. But this year is going to happen. This month is going to happen. This day is going to happen. You want to put sugar and fat into yourself? That's fine. You want to not go on a walk or not do any heavy lifting? That's fine. In a couple of years' time, you'll be up against people, socially, culturally, financially, job-wise, against people who did do that. And you'll be thinking, oh man, I wish I was them. You can be them by doing it now. Go and do the good things now. People think when they say go to the gym, what they mean is you have to live your life there 24/7. That's not true at all. Make a couple of good choices in the day. That's all you need to make. Just a couple of good choices. Eat less, move more, drink more water. That's it. Is there a seal that potentially gives health back? What's the seal that restores health? Light. Oh, the seal of light. There we go. Because I don't currently have that. If we put the seal of light on S0, that is now bound to that. Okay, cool. Right, so I can use the seal of light, then I can unleash it, then I can attack, then I can put the seal of light back on myself. What is 7? 7 is lay on hands. That's a problem. You get a compact treadmill. Oh, congratulations, man. That's really cool. I used lay on hands by mistake, which was a problem. Need to lock in mentally. You know, one thing that I've discovered is some people have a real problem with being bored. I think it's really important to be able to be bored. Just be bored every now and again. You don't constantly need to be entertained all the time. People are like, I don't want to go to the gym, it's so boring. And just go and be bored. Go, pick up everything, put it down again, write things, be bored. It is a-okay to be bored. As a new dad, I need dad jokes. As I watched my father open his 50th birthday card, he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, you know, one would have been enough. You're allowed to laugh, okay? That is funny. Is it yesterday already? I don't know that many jokes. Sorry that you all apparently do. As I listened to Josh give his 50th joke of the day, I thought, you know, one would have done. That one is quite funny, to be fair. I do think that there are a lot of people who seem to have this inability to just exist in a bored state. They have to constantly be always stimulated. There has to be something playing, some music happening, a video playing. There has to be something there. You can peruse the dad jokes subreddit to get some new ones. They can peruse me when they need some quality. There are other Twitch streams available. You don't need to be here. Remember this. You're here out of choice. Why you're here, don't know. I don't mind existing and being bored. One thing that I am seeing from the youth of today is the inability to be bored, and therefore an inability to focus on processes that are themselves boring. I've worked with people who have said, I don't want to do that, it's boring. I'm like, yeah, that's why you're being paid to do it. It is boring, which is why the financial compensation is offered to encourage you to do it. Nobody wants to do it. It's boring. Therefore, payment must be offered to do it. If it was fun, nobody would pay you to do it. Apart from Twitch streaming, which is the hardest job in the world. As we all know. What did the bison say to his son as he left? Bye, son. Many years ago, on a cross-country train, there sat a poor, uneducated farmer and a rich city lawyer. They had a long journey ahead of them and so started talking to each other, simply to pass the time. The rich city lawyer, of course, being arrogant, cocky, believing he knew far more than the poor, uneducated farmer. And eventually the conversation turned to the notion of riddles. And the farmer said, how about a game of riddles? I ask you a riddle, and if you can't answer, you pay me some money, and you ask me a riddle, and if I can't answer, I pay you some money. And the rich city lawyer thought, I'm far smarter than this local. I agree to your game of riddles. Then the poor farmer said, but remember, you're far smarter than I am. You're far more educated than I am. So to keep it fair, if you can't answer my riddle, you must give me $100. But if I can't answer your riddle because I'm uneducated, then I'll give you $20. And the rich city lawyer, realizing he was so much smarter than the farmer, said, yeah, I accept. That's fine. I'm at least 5 times smarter than you are, no problem at all. Why don't you ask away first? And the poor farmer goes, oh, I'll give it my best shot. What goes on 3 legs flying, but 1 leg walking? The rich city lawyer thought to himself for a long time. What goes on 3 legs flying, but 1 leg walking? And eventually, the rich lawyer has to give up and say, you know what, I can't answer your riddle. I don't know. And he hands the poor farmer $100. And it's the rich city lawyer's time, and he thinks, I know, I can get the answer. And he asks the exact same riddle back to the farmer. He says, well, I'll ask the same riddle. You've got to answer it. You know, what goes on, 3 legs flying and 1 leg's walking? And the farmer didn't know either, so gave the lawyer $20. I enjoy that. As a joke, I think that's quite funny. Now, if that were a riddle that I was telling to the Gen Z people, I would have had to have put it in video format in 30 seconds. I would have had to start with the punchline and then jump back. I would have had to have Subway Surfers in the distance as we go. There would have been a lot of complexity to make that work. Right, what's this quest I'm doing now? Hang on. Plant the Stonewall banner near the entrance to Onyxia's lair. Wait for Onyxia's response, then return to Brog. Right, let's go and say hi to Onyxia. So this is not going to go wrong in any way, shape, or form. Where's the banner? Right, banner. Sup, Onyxia. Oh. Hello, you. You going to fight me? Are we going to have a bit of a fight? Smolderwing. Let's go. Come on, you. Let's do this. Bro, you're meant to be more difficult than this. Come on. Well, that was easy. Did you know the youngest generation can't read clocks? I mean, we've finally outsmarted them. It's about time. I will, however, stand up for one very important thing. I really, really dislike it whenever any generation likes to take the piss out of the younger generation for not being as intelligent or as smart or as knowing as much as they do. Because my first knee-jerk response is, well, why didn't you teach them? Oh, this younger generation can't even drive a stick-shift car. Did you teach them? Did you show them how to do this skill? Did you pass on the knowledge? No, you didn't. You just sat there waiting for someone to learn what you knew because you think common sense means you absorb knowledge via osmosis instead of being shown. It is not our job to teach them. Plus, it takes a village to raise a child, and while it's not your job, it might be your responsibility. It may not be your job, as in that's what you are contracted to do, but the society that you want to live in gets built by the actions that you take within it. And if you look at someone who doesn't know something and think, it's not my job to show them that thing, then you are effectively shirking your responsibility to pass on knowledge to the next generation. You're not then allowed to be annoyed when the next generation doesn't have that knowledge, because you could have passed it on. You just chose not to. I dislike this. I dislike when someone says this person doesn't know this and they should know it. How? How should they know it? Because school's meant to teach it? That's not been true for a while. Right, let's just sell some stuff. My favourite one is always when old people brag about stuff they can do that younger people can't. Then my favourite one was the one on Facebook, the old Facebook memes. If we switched to rotary phones, stick-shift cars, and analog clocks, we could cripple a whole generation. I'm like, yeah, if we return to technology that you understand that we don't, you would have an advantage. However, we don't live in that world anymore. We live in this world where people that have followed this technology have an advantage. My grandparents, when they were still here, spent ages trying to learn and understand new technology. They loved learning new technology. They were massively into that. They found that really interesting. I wish to gatekeep the world from the future. Jared, we were talking about you earlier, actually. I shared a story, an anecdote with you in it. I reminded people when I asked you to send me a specific software that we both legally owned for legal reasons, and you, without me realizing, renamed the software download to Lola Bunny Porn. Which really frightened me for a moment when it was downloading. Oh, God. That was... I was genuinely not ready for it. Genuinely not ready. It was funny, though, to be fair. Didn't stop you from clicking it. I clicked it even faster. I was hoping that you'd made a mistake. I was going to ask you for the real program afterwards. I was like, well, this is just the icing on the cake I didn't even order. Fantastic. Anyway, let's get back to World of Warcraft. Everyone focus in. Let's do this. I think I need to go and do some quests in a slightly higher level, but I am very close. Very close to being able to level up. I guess maybe it's the teacher in me again. I can't really find the humor in taking the piss out of someone for not knowing something when you didn't make any attempt to teach them or help them. And some of the best teachers I've had haven't actually been employed teachers. They've just been people that wanted to share knowledge, people that were passionate about sharing knowledge, people that just wanted to pass on the skills that they had. The people that seem happy or almost revel in the fact that the newer generation, the younger generation, aren't as capable as them, are often just really vile people. Don't know if you guys have ever discovered that, but I have. Yeah, people who are excited to share something that they care about are interesting people. You can become much more attractive by just being excited about sharing things. Right. Let's go do some quests for you until we've leveled up, and then we can go over and do quests for other people. My quest log is full. Where else are we going to go for? Let's get rid of... What can we get rid of? Zul'Farrak I'm doing soon. The Alterac Mountains I'm probably not going to return to for a while, so we can get rid of you for a bit. Help for Mud Sprocket, and then another quest for you. Let's grab whatever that is. Sweet. Let's go and do some quests. Obviously, the job of a teacher is to teach whatever the government set as the curriculum. But you don't necessarily need to be employed as a teacher to want to pass on the knowledge that you have. Ah, yes, the totem test. We have to put this thing down, don't we? Then it attacks this. I remember this. Oh, let's get Righteous. Good old Righteous Fury back on. There we go. Can't we just exist? No. No, that doesn't create value for the shareholders. Think this through. Can you imagine living in a world without shareholders? People make fun of the younger generation the same way the older generation does. It's the same thing. And people, we spoke about this yesterday, people like to know what tribe they belong to. They need to belong to a subculture. And believe it or not, generational differences are a subculture. People want to feel a sense of belonging. And what people can often do is they will just cling to whatever subculture they happen to belong to because that brings a sense of belonging to them. Human behaviors are all about trying to find... Josh, you're just as clueless as I am, right? Absolutely. We're just all wandering through this together, man. We're just hoping to see how this goes. We're just doing our best. Maybe we succeed, maybe we don't, but we are just giving it a darn good go. That's pretty much what we're doing. Any interest in Pillars of Eternity? I've played them before a while back. Right, I've got to be in the quagmire to be able to use this special totem, which is over here. Yeah, the same thing. That's a great way of looking at it. The same thing happens in games. Whenever you have people playing video games, they will always look at other people who don't play those games, and they will look down on them for not being able to perform simple actions of those games. And I'm thinking, it's only simple when you know what you're doing. It's only a simple action if somebody has shown you how to do it before. One thing that really gets my goat up, that really irritates me, is when someone doesn't know something, and then they learn something, and then they start to look down on all the other people that didn't know that thing. And I'm thinking, you only learnt this yourself a few minutes ago. Don't sit there being like, oh, everyone knows that. You didn't know it either. It's not a case of everyone knows that. It's still a relatively unknown thing. Your Twitch emotes are broken, you are sad and can't... Isn't that every MMO player ever? Yes. Yeah, there's definitely a thing of taking the piss out of people who don't know what you know. But at the same time, you didn't know it all that, you know, you didn't learn it until all that recently. Sudden amnesia-induced elitism. Do I consider my streams just 4-hour improvisational comedy? No, they're not that funny. I would consider them 4-hour therapy for me, where I should be paying you. And honestly, just 4 hours of time that you guys could have honestly done something better with. But we are all here now, so I think we're all trying to make the best of a bad situation. Got to be in the quagmire to be able to use this thing. There we go. You're at work, so good. Good, I'm glad that works. Now, this is just me wanting to play World of Warcraft and justifying it in my own content creator brain, because otherwise your brain goes, hey, content boy, make content. Why are you enjoying this game and not monetizing it? You should be monetizing your hobby. You're enjoying unmonetized hobbies? What are you doing? Content creators know what that's like. Imagine enjoying something without monetizing it. Imagine not waking up to the hustle culture, the rise and grind. I actually wake up an hour before I go to sleep. That's how focused I am on the hustle culture. If you don't do that, honestly, you are not going to make it. What is the point in doing anything if not to monetize it? What is the point in life if not to create value? That's called insomnia. It's not called insomnia. It's called mindset. Rise and grind, okay? It's very important that you spend so long trying to make a living you forget to actually live. And when you die, your bank account is your high score. Do I find an unintended emergent mechanics like seal twisting for Paladin to be good or bad design? Interesting design. Really interesting. I think players love the idea of emergent design until the designs start emerging, and then they realize that actually it's much more complicated than they thought it would be. Obviously, no developer can fully prepare for every type of emergent design you're going to get, but getting ready for them, prepping for it, and then reacting to it, how a developer reacts to it tells you a lot about the developer and about the player base. Emergent design is very interesting. Where are the other crocodiles? There's got to be some more down here. I need like 2 more crocodiles from the Quagmire place. Alright, crocodiles. Where are you? Let's find you. 2 or 3 more. Do remember, though, that in general, the people in charge benefit when everyone else is divided. The people who want to hold power understand that if everyone below them suddenly teamed up, they would be in serious trouble. So there is a huge, huge vested interest in anyone that has any level of power to keep everyone fighting each other instead of fighting them. Divide and conquer is truly the way of controlling any large amount of people. No way, bro fixed his bars. You can now call yourself a WoW player. I could always call myself a WoW player. I just wasn't playing it the way you wanted me to. But in general, any time that there is any large group of people, a full civilization, a population, a big enough group, the people who hold any level of power benefit when everyone else is arguing with each other. You want to cause division, and you want to cause us versus them. Because if you are stuck between Godzilla and Mothra, the best thing to do is to make them fight each other. If you could change one thing about the universe, what would it change? And that's a complicated thing. I could change it so all human beings are connected together and empathy is simply a universal trait that we all share. I could change it so resources are not depleted and exist in abundance. I could change it so we all have a collective shared interest in history and in the betterment of ourselves as a species. But I think what I would probably do is change it so I don't have that gene that makes cilantro taste like soap. Begbin says you'd give yourself big old titties. Yeah, that's it. That's what I would change. If you gave me ultimate, incredible dominion power over the universe for one day, I would just give that guy some titties. What's he going to do with them? Don't care. Not my business. Honestly, at that point, doesn't matter. Hey, we leveled up. Level 45. Right, what do we got? You. Ooh, okay. You. Holy Shield increases. Damage by Holy Shield. Number of charges increased by 4. What's that? Increase your expertise by 1 and your total stamina by 2%. What is expertise? What does expertise do? Is expertise needed? Hang on. Let me just see if I can work out what the hell expertise is. It's not spell. It's not ranged. Melee? Expertise. Reduces chance to be dodged or parried. Okay, so I suppose that's more of a PvP thing? It stops you from getting dodged when you attack things from the front. Are bosses dodging me much? It's PvE. Okay, cool. In that case, we'll go with it. Expertise. And total stamina by 2%. Stamina is currently... base stats. 193. So my total health is 2586. Go with you. And okay, 2626. Very nice. That seems decent for me. Let's go with... I suppose I'm going to hand that quest in straight away. I am level 45 now, so have any new quests become available? I could try and kill the level 49s, but I feel that's still slightly out of my way. Ungoro Crater doesn't really kick in until 50, so I'll keep doing these quests around here just to see what happens, you know. Are we talking about the term mansplaining in the chat? Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's throw that grenade into the chat. See how well we go. My biggest problem with the word mansplaining is the fact that it is gendered, which means that straight away a lot of guys will immediately feel a visceral anger and a reaction to it. They'll straight away, someone will say you're mansplaining, and you'll be like, I'm not, I'm just a man and I'm explaining things. That doesn't make it mansplaining. And you know what? That's true, actually. I agree, it doesn't. Whenever you give any kind of term, any level of gendered language, you will immediately get people that snap back against it because of that. It's like when someone says, oh no, feminism is about making women powerful. No, it's about equality in general. It should be about equality. If it's about making one gender more powerful than the other, then it's not equal. That's not good. Let's go with equality. Equality is fine. That's great. We should all push for equality. But when someone says mansplaining, they often think it just means when a man explains something. That's not what it means. It's normally when anyone explains something but looks down on the other person as if they don't think they'll be able to understand it to the degree they do, simply because they don't have a trait that the other person has, such as being a man. It's when a man thinks, I cannot possibly explain this to someone who is not a man, because being a man is an essential part of understanding this process. And normally it's used in relation to men explaining stuff to women. There is nothing wrong with a guy explaining something to a girl. That's absolutely fine. The problem is when the guy immediately thinks the girl is going to be incapable of understanding this simply because they are a girl. I'm Josh-splaining everything to you right now. There are many complicated concepts in the world, and most people are smart enough to be able to understand them. Right, what does that do? Attempt to zap a bubbling swamp ooze if you are energized. Right, I've got to get myself energized then, haven't I? By this power core fragment, and then zap you with that which blows you up, I think. There we go. Yeah, so people tend to have this stop mansplaining to me. It can be used as a defense, and this is what I dislike about it. The defense is when someone of the male gender explains something to someone else, and that someone else straight away jumps in with stop mansplaining, because they think mansplaining is a man explaining something. It's not. It's when someone has approached the explanation process with pre-existing notions that the person they're talking to is going to be incapable of understanding it. Come here, Power Core. I require you to zap me, please. Can the Power Core zap me so I can... Do the Power Cores not zap all the time? Does women-splaining happen? Yeah. You can take away the gender from the word. Mansplaining isn't just a man explaining something. It is anyone attempting to explain something but approaching the explanation with the preconceived notion. If you have to ask the question, does women-splaining happen, you're not listening to what I'm explaining. The reason that the language being gendered is a problem immediately is that everyone assumes it just means men can't explain things, which furthers this division of men versus women. It furthers this idea of men have to start defending themselves because everyone else is attacking them and holding them back. And you can't even explain something anymore without being accused of some gender ideology thing. No. The idea is if you have to justify why you can or can't, why you're treating someone in a bad way because you don't think they're capable of understanding, that's the negativity. But there will be guys in chat who feel, you know, for it or against it one way or another, based on their own experience. Should we call it human-splaining? I think we should just call it assuming the other person is an idiot. Hey, when you're explaining this to me, please don't assume that I'm incapable of understanding it. That's it. That's all it is. Condescending is a way it would be. This man is being condescending toward this woman because this man believes that this woman is incapable of understanding what he is explaining. That is just because the man is sexist. That's it. Now, are there going to be women that don't understand something? Yes. Just as there will be men that don't understand something. Just as there will be children that don't understand something. But approaching the process of, I cannot explain this to you because you are a woman, or because you are a man, is just condescending. If anything, it's just saying that you're incapable of explaining something. Explaining something can be a complicated thing to do. But there is also a lot of ego in this. And there's a huge amount of... Whenever a guy gets accused of doing something like mansplaining, there's almost like a defensive kick. Because you think that you're doing that because you're a guy. No. Sometimes that's irrelevant. Sometimes you're just being extremely condescending. I think any of these are good for me. That might be good. Hang on. Strength and stamina. That might be better than my Girdle of Golem Strength, which required level 28. This requires more. More armor, more strength. Well, same strength, but stamina goes up as well. Rustproof Waistguard actually, I think, is better for me. Even though it's a green going on top of a blue. We all know that condescending is actually just a criminal going down an elevator. Armor goes up, stamina goes up. Yes, let's go with that. The meaning of the word twisted and warped to fit other narrative like many other terms. People that want to create any kind of argument, whether it's gendered, whether it's cultural, whether it's topical, whether it's relevant, whatever they're doing, absolutely understand that by giving language a gender straight away, you are creating the the team that the language is meant to support and the team that the language is meant to attack. And the first thing you have to ask is, right, who is this benefiting? I don't like the term mansplaining because I think that there was already a term for it. I think the term was condescending. I think by adding the term mansplaining to it, you've effectively reduced the condescending term down to it's condescending, but it's specifically when a man tries to explain something to a woman, but the condescending nature is created because the man thinks the woman is incapable of understanding. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I hope I'm trying to come across as fair with that. Condescending doesn't inherently recognize the social power dynamic. That's another way of looking at it, and that is a good kind of angle to come at this from, because there is a social power dynamic. But I feel that the people that are going to effectively need to reflect on condescending behavior are not going to do it. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, are you actively trying to change a behavior, or are you trying to exacerbate the behavior and exacerbate the person that you're kind of against because it benefits you if they remain exacerbated? And what I kind of mean by that is there is a subset of insecure and yet aggressive men who will be condescending toward women. And when you say mansplaining, you're not actually in any way causing any guy within that subset to reflect on their behavior. If anything, you're just giving them a cause to rally against. It's not condescending because it's a social issue that has a long history of this specifically happening at women due to them being women. Oh yes, I would like to say I understand, but of course I'm not a woman, so I don't understand the exact social nature of it. I can see that it happens, but I think me saying, yes, I understand, would itself be quite ironic because I don't. I've not lived that. And I think from the idea of pointing out that there is a history of this social imbalance, very important. But it's also going to cause the people that it needs to help or needs to change to just rally against it even more. Inju, that's an excellent point. People always go, it's International Women's Day. When's International Men's Day? I'm pretty sure it's in November. November 18th? 19th? November 18th or 19th. It's one of those two. Is it really? November 19th. There we go. Thank you. Fantastic. So, yeah, go for it. Absolutely celebrate that. 100%. But celebrate the brilliance in what you see as the nature of being a man instead of let's just punch down on all the people who don't fit into this social group. There's an International Man's Day. Why? Because we wanted one. And it's fun to occasionally go into a shed and build some model trains. And, you know, it's always nice to have a party. Right, what am I killing? Ah, spiders. That's it. Sometimes it's just nice to have a party. We all just want to kind of go on. Yeah, just celebrate it. International Celebration Day. But again, there is a huge amount of people that benefit. Follow the money. Anytime you do this, please just follow the money. It's the simplest way of working out who and why anything happens. Who is benefiting from this happening? So thankful I didn't learn social skills on Twitch. It is terrifying to see the amount of people who have genuinely attempted to build social skills by interacting on the internet, and it is not the same way as interacting in real life. The vast majority, and again, people don't realize this until you get off the internet. Most of the people that watch my videos or this stream, I think, are a bit older. Most of you guys are like 25 plus. And you've probably lived off the internet for a while, and you've probably got friends and family that don't live on the internet, and you probably go and have offline adventures and stuff. When you get off the internet, you realize so many people just do not care about the issues that the internet constantly pushes as the most important issues. Like, it'll be this really big online thing, and you'll think that everyone in the world is thinking about this and talking about this, but, you know, you get off the internet, no one cares. It's just not a thing. Most people won't know who Mr. Beast is. They'll have an idea, they'll have an inkling, they might have seen like a Feastables, but the rest of culture just don't know. So sometimes I've had people send me messages saying, you don't understand, this is the most important social issue of our time right now. And I'm like, no, it isn't. It might be a very big, important thing for you and your friends online. It might be the biggest thing in your circle. But remember that online social drama is very similar to high school social drama, as in what matters to you is completely irrelevant to the people in the high school down the street. Sometimes just pop out of the internet. Most people don't know Mr. Beast is stuck with me. Yeah, your girlfriend have sat back and thought about that. To be honest, it helps us get out of an emotional struggle. Good, I'm glad. Imagine joining the most toxic subculture you can possibly think of and understanding that everyone within that subculture lives and breathes and sleeps and eats that subculture. And to them, what's happening in that subculture is the most important thing. No matter what, it is the most important thing. They genuinely believe that everyone else in the world cares. It doesn't. What does subculture taste like? Depends on the subculture. Cooking tastes amazing. I mean, I've had people genuinely tell me that most people online are excited about Warcraft Classic Plus. Most people online... No, they're not. Most people online have no idea. It's fine to be part of a subculture, but don't mistake small, passionate issues for global phenomenons. So sometimes when you get into online arguments with people, it is worth remembering that the people you are arguing with might only care about this issue. There are people that really like Harry Potter, and it is the only book they have ever read. And to them, everything will relate to that. There's an old tweet that I very much appreciated, and it simply says, "Man who has only ever seen the movie Boss Baby watches a new film." And his opinion's just, getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this. So just occasionally, guys, remember that you might sometimes be communicating with people who live in such a small bubble that to them, the entire world is the tiny issue that they are discussing. Occasionally step back. And if you think it's hard to win an argument against a smart person, realize that it's impossible to win one against a dumb person. Let me go and kill all of these Minotaurs over here. You, I don't need. Remember that most people online aren't looking for a discussion, they are looking to argue. And that's different. Arguing is just, I am right, you are wrong, I will beat you into submission. Nobody ever approaches an online argument with the idea of effectively being fair. They approach it with the idea of, this is what I believe, I'm right, if I change my mind, I lose. Right, give me a second, there's meant to be a quest here. Yeah, look for a discussion, my friends, not the argument. Because if you want to find an online argument, you'll find one, straight away. People think changing their opinion and changing their mind is a sign of weakness. It's really not. If you live your entire life thinking that you're changing your mind as a weakness, then you're effectively committing yourself to believing what you already believe, never examining your own thoughts. And if you examine your own thoughts and think, you know what, I've examined my thoughts and I've come to the conclusion I am actually 100% correct. However, I have learned some weaknesses in my general belief system, and so I have patched them. Debate Club basically teaches you to argue in favor of something that you disagree with, to understand why people might agree with that. And sometimes people do say, I don't know, I need to do more research. Don't confuse doing more research with just reading articles on Facebook as well. Always look at the source of the article and ask why the source does or doesn't want you to be positive or negative on a certain thing. Sometimes doing research is not finding information that says what you want it to say. It's finding information that expands your understanding of something. Because we all know that when people say, I've done my research, they basically mean I found a load of people that say what I want to hear them say and agreed with them. Yes, debates exist to convince the people listening, not the person you're debating. I think debates exist to galvanize the side of people that already believe one or the other. Very few people that are undecided on an issue will listen or engage with an online debate. Very few people, very few smart people are saying, you know what, I've been thinking about this situation for a while and I'm undecided on the nuances of it. I want to watch two smart people discuss this and so I can decide what I truly believe. I know what I'll do. I'll watch two Twitch streamers argue about it for a few hours and therefore I think I'll come away smarter. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine, but I think it's a bad idea. But if you genuinely approach a debate with an attempt to understand, then the followers of the person you're attempting to understand will say, yes, our guy won, because the other person didn't beat him into submission. The loud minority of people that aren't like that. Oh yeah, most people are just normal, chilled out, regular, decent people. Vast majority of people. A letter. Alright. Now we do some kind of letter quest. Then we go and tank Uldaman in one more level. Yeah, one more level and I'll tank Uldaman. Not Uldaman, sorry, Zul'Farrak. Am I a streamer now? I'm a streamer and a YouTuber. The problem sometimes with being a streamer and a YouTuber is that people expect me to have an opinion on absolutely everything, and if I don't have an opinion on everything, then people need to know what I think about stuff. And it's difficult to say, sometimes I just don't have an opinion on that. Sometimes I just don't know enough. Is this stream AI generated? No, this stream is real. Content creators are equally to blame. They have such content because they're very clickable. Human beings want to belong. Human beings don't like not belonging. And so when a content creator says you can belong to our little tribe, our little group, this is what we believe, that's what you do. I've got a protein bar here for you, Feeding, don't you worry. See, don't ever let it be said that I do nothing for you. Nuance is difficult to read because Nuance thinks everything has to be a victory or a failure. One of the things that I dislike is the whole mogging subculture. The idea of, oh, this person mogged this person. And I'll tell you why I dislike it, and this might come across as really boomer of me, but I think psychologically this is actually damaging people, genuinely. Let's say that you're walking down the street and someone else who's extremely attractive walks down next to you. If anyone takes a photo or a video of that, the caption is going to be, this person mogged this person. Now, the other person may be, either objectively or subjectively, more or less attractive to other people. That's fine. But the reason that I hate mogging, if you're unfamiliar with mogging, then good, I'm envious of you. It's basically the idea of the subculture that if an attractive person is wearing a suit and then someone else walks up and wears a much more expensive suit, someone will go, oh my God, they suit mogged you. The person who mogs wins. The person who has been mogged loses. And the reason that I dislike it is it turns every interaction into a competition. Everyone. And I hate that so much. I dislike the fact that so much human interaction is starting to be seen through the lens of victory and loss. Because that unfortunately means that there are a couple of young guys now who are starting to see every single interaction as concentrated competition. And that makes me sad. I dislike that. Because as you said, it's destroying the idea of nuance. Stamina and intellect, 3 mana per 5 seconds, might not be as good anymore. The Destroyer's Cloak, strength and agility. How does it look? Ah, it's blue. I'll get the ring. It's just one-upping, constant one-upping. That's a great way. Nothing can be shared. Everything must be won. Everything is a competition and you are against everyone else. That makes me sad. Genuinely. I think that's a really unhappy way to have to be. And again, to link this back to what I just said, it's not going to be everyone ever. It's a very small subsection. Not everyone will take it as a joke. Some people will just say, oh yeah, this is just a silly thing. But when it becomes normalized, people do ultimately end up taking it quite seriously. But it's only, and this is going to sound really horrible. It's going to sound horrible, but I need you to stick with me. It's often the people who are less intelligent or less socially capable who end up taking it seriously. Because they can't understand that other people are doing it ironically. When you start doing something ironically, there will be a subset of people who don't understand that it's ironic and genuinely take it seriously, and that's when you start to get the emotional dysregulation going on. And that is a very dangerous place to be, because you're then placing people who are maybe not the smartest into competition with everyone else and making them feel emotionally, physically, or mentally inferior if they don't win all of that. Now, it's totally okay to not be the most intelligent person. That's fine. But you have to understand that these are the people most easily influenced. Right, what about, yeah, level 45. We're probably going to have to grind away for a little bit in Oh, do we have any quests over here in Desolace? Actually, we do. That is a Desolace quest. We've got a level 47 quest and level 51. Oh, that's the Corruption of Earth and Seed. I remember that being a quest in somewhere else. Right, where's the best place to go for decent quests? I feel Tanaris. It's probably a good place. Where should I be grinding at level 45? 45, where do you go to grind? Where's a good grind place? Oh, maybe the Brutes in Feralis. Searing Gorge, you suggested. You know, we've not been to Searing Gorge for a while, have we, actually? Where is Searing Gorge? The Blasted Lands have got some basic stuff for me. Where is the Searing Gorge? The Hinterlands. That's another good point. I've not... Oh, hang on. It's the Hinterlands. Beautiful. Right, we're popping back over there then. Right, let's head to the Hinterlands. Do what we can for those guys. Hinterlands is back on the other side of the map. Therefore, flying back over. Flight Master, fly me to... Ooh. Theramore, and then that gets me to Manethor Harbour. Then we fly from there. Beautiful. Grind the pirates in the Booty Bay. Quick respawn times. I'm going to go and quest in the Hinterlands for a bit. See what there is. Searing Gorge got Thorium Point. Okay, where is the Searing Gorge? And what level roughly do I need to be for it? The Searing Gorge is... If I was the Searing Gorge. West of the Badlands. Ooh, okay. 47. Level 49. Might be a tad beyond me, but you know what? I am a paladin, so why the hell not? Let's give Searing Gorge a go. Can we grind the enemies in the Searing Gorge? They are level 49 quests, so I am worried that these might be a tad beyond me. Can we donate instead of subscribing so Twitch doesn't tax you? Yeah, join me on the Patreon. That's the best way to do it. Subscribing on the Patreon is the best way of just giving consistent money that allows me to make the videos and do the streams without Twitch taking as much, and you don't get to buy Big Daddy Bezos a yacht. The southeastern corner should be perfect. Let's do it. Let's do it. Rudy, welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you guys want to support via the Patreon, that's probably the easiest way that helps me out just consistently. Plus, if I know what I've got coming in every month from Patreon, I'm able to just turn down more sponsorships. You can't join the Patreon, you heard it's only for smart people. That is true. I am sorry. Oh, thank you, Inju. I appreciate that. Why do games have the bad lands but never the good lands? That's wherever I go. You actually do become smart by joining the Patreon. That's true. And if you're on the Patreon, whenever I make a video, you have the pleasure of trying to find your tiny white name on that video, which may or may not be there. Any way I can support you without giving you money or watching ads? Davey, I'm glad you asked. Yes, you can just, whenever you see me, cheer and clap. I'd appreciate that. Just follow me around with a brass band and announce my arrival in places. Is my homework done? No. No, that folder is nowhere near done at all. There we go. Fantastic. That's what I want. Just cheer and clap. Makes me happy. Now, I am going to need to drop a couple of quests. I've only got 2. What can we drop? So, Tanaris. To be fair, these are actually complete already. Hey, that's in Booty Bay. That's probably in Booty Bay. I can at least complete a couple of quests in Booty Bay. I'll start cheering in real life in front of my computer. Good. As you all should. Oh, goodness me. I've been making a Lego plant earlier today, and then I was tidying the living room all day, building some more stuff. Knowing the lore of the homework folder, it's never done. No. It's just full of hentai. Why do you need to drop quests? Because you can only have up to 25 quests at any given time. I've only got 20 right now, but if I need to take more than 5, then I will have to drop some stuff. You cleaned your water filter today. Just replace it. Just buy an entire new Brita filter. Do you play on an alt when you're not streaming? Always stream when you play? I always stream this guy when I play. If I'm not streaming, I'm either working on a YouTube video or doing something else in real life. You volunteer to help with any IKEA flat packs. I like making IKEA flat packs, genuinely. I'm quite good at it. Also, the IKEA packs wardrobe system has changed and now comes pretty much almost self-assembled, which is really cool. Does dropping a quest reset it? Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah, it's not that difficult to build IKEA furniture. I enjoy doing it. I'm going to need to grab another cup of tea because I can feel the tiredness creeping in, but I'm going to just power through it with caffeine. That's what I'm going to do. We're going full caffeine mode. And I think I've got a couple of quests that I can hand in over here. So, very excited about seeing that happen. You've never been to IKEA? Oh, you've got to go. It's just some oak and some pine and a handful of Norsemen. It's beautiful. That was a song, by the way. You should listen to that. Also, you've got to go and get the meatballs. It's very important you get the IKEA meatballs. Right, Griffin Master, fly me to Booty Bay, please. Right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to grab a cup of tea. Then I'm going to come back. I'm going to hand some quests in, do some more grinding, get to level 46, possibly tank Zul'Farrak. That's my plan. Anyway, here's a DVD logo and a countdown timer to make sure you don't go anywhere, because I know that you're all millennials, and that's all you want to see. Right, 5-minute timer. Enjoy the flight path. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. You better be back in time. Or else what? What are you going to do? What's going to happen if I don't turn the camera back on? You going to cry? You going to cry? No, you don't deserve the camera. No, you didn't have faith in me. Some of you didn't think I'd be able to make it. I don't appreciate the lack of faith. Hang on. I'm just flipping the towel on the back of the chair around. I'm crying right now. Okay, that's fine. You can. I won't stop that. Countdown timer done. I'm going to treat myself to a protein bar. Oh, it's melted. Treat myself to a protein bar and some lovely water. You will eat the DVD logo. Whatever floats your boat, my friend. Whatever makes you happy. I'm here to facilitate that. Remember, I've got no opinions or thoughts that contradict anything that you have. Squeenix is making it impossible for you to upgrade something. They're fixing it, but you're upset. That's true, we're best friends. We are! I will never contradict your thoughts or opinions, guys. I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? Not a YouTuber. Apart from when I'm on YouTube. Then I'm a YouTuber, not a Twitch streamer. I agree with whatever you already agree with. And whatever you think is right, you're correct. You knew it. That's why we're friends. I like to take the Dwayne Johnson approach to opinions and activism, which is just not having any. Why would you do that? It's risky to have an opinion. You don't want to have too much to think, do you? Yes, see? Ludwig said that you guys weren't really friends. I am explaining that I am actually really good friends with all of my supporters on Patreon, whose names I know by heart, and will repeat one day when you've forgotten that I've said this. So if you wish to be my genuine friend, remember the way to do it is through monetary support on Patreon. Right, where's the quest? There you are. Thinking makes your head hurt. Oh, God, same. You can buy his friendship. Guys, listen, this is very important. I say this the same. Say this to sponsorships and companies. I cannot be bought, but I can be rented.
What can I do for you? Greetings.
Oh, damn. Hang on. Strength, stamina, stamina. Are they better, strength and agility? No, I think double stamina is good for me. Swashbuckler sash. I will take these and sell them. Thank you for giving me your boots. I'm going to take them and sell them. Josh, there's a pretty interesting quest in Booty Bay outside where 3 ships are. Gives a 14-slot bag in the end. I might look into that. But what I am going to do right now is... Booty Bay does seem to have a couple of quests that are roughly around my level. But Booty Bay is also weirdly close to Stranglethorn Vale. And that, honestly, the thought of that makes me sick. So I'm going to leave this place and instead go to... Where were we going? It was Searing Gorge, which is to the... I suppose I could do the Badlands quests. Fiery Blaze Enchantment. It's a level 45 quest. So I could go to the Badlands, but then I can go to Searing Gorge. Does Searing Gorge have its own? It does have its own Griffin Master. Oh, I know Searing Gorge. That's near Blackrock Mountain. Okay, cool. So where do we get to Searing Gorge from? What's the fastest way there? Probably that way goes to the Burning Steps, which I don't want to go through as much. Red Ridge is far away. I suppose what I want to do is Loch Moden, and then requires the key to the Searing Gorge. Loch Moden, Badlands, Searing Gorge. That seems to be the easiest way. Let's go to Loch Moden first. Right, you, my friend. Please fly me to Loch Modan. Let's go this way. Cool. Rex is killing a thunder lizard in the cave. Oh, cool, we can do that. There's a quest to go through the gates. We'll finish the quest. You can visit my Searing Gorge whenever you want, Josh. If it's a Searing Gorge, I suggest you go and see a doctor and maybe get some cream for that. Devo, Josh, today at a coffee shop, I accidentally overheard 2 teenage girls talking, and one of them said, "You don't need a condom, you can't get pregnant on your first time." I feel like I should have intervened, but I'm a grown-ass man and feel it would be weird. Do you think I did the right thing? Absolutely. You simply stayed out of that conversation. There is no way you could have made it weird. She is wrong. You absolutely can get pregnant on your first time. You 100% do need a condom. But there is no real way that you can interject yourself into that conversation and not come across as creepy. I think we have to find a balance between it does indeed take a village to raise a child, but the village also has to abide by some level of social custom. What will be the outcome? You either interject and go, "Hey, sorry to over here, but you absolutely can and you should not do that." They're going to go, wow, weird, pedo, weird, perv, overhearing me, listening, no, go away. They're not going to turn around and go, "Oh, thank you for listening to our conversation and providing some good information." There is no way that's going to go well for you. Stepping forward and going, hello, I'm not involved in your life and have overheard your conversation, but I would like to tell you my advice. There's very few opportunities to... I mean, the system has failed that person. The system has failed. Oh, good, receiver, you're back. Here we go. I was having a good day up until now. Insane what you were on about before. You're not even remotely willing to change your world views based on free education, but we already know that. You demonstrated yesterday that you avoid uncomfortable questions. I literally answered every single one of your questions, despite how stupid they were. Thanks for the intel, but we're not going to tell you everything we've got on you and Visa. Just keep going. What I, as a single person... Intel? Are you the IRS? I think sometimes people are a little bit obsessed with content creators, and I'm going to be real with you. At some point, replying to these messages, I do just feel like I'm bullying the mentally disabled. Because that's what this is. I'm real sorry, man, but at some point you're treating human beings like they're action figures and heroes and villains within some kind of compartmentalized story that you've created, when we're just people that make content. This is getting quite conspiracy coded and genuinely quite mentally unwell. I'm not going to ban you, but I might just mute your messages so I don't have to see them. Like, you're welcome to be here, I just don't want to read the messages. Your entire chat is mentally disabled, thinking they're some fairy tale creatures. Are you okay? Like, genuinely, man, are you okay? Like, I don't know you, you don't know me, but I think, honestly, at this point, we're going to have to call it quits. And if you want to sit back and go, I won, that's fine. If you want to do that, that's okay. Like, live your life in a way that makes you happy. But I really genuinely think right now that this is becoming unhealthy. We're not 4 hours in already. No, we're not going to entertain this anymore. It's a silly thing. It's becoming unhealthy. It's becoming... I don't know if it's a troll or if it's a LARP or if it's like a genuine belief of that, but I really believe now this is becoming mentally worrying. And I have, unfortunately, had the pleasure of interacting with several people who I don't think quite lived in reality. I don't know if this guy does or doesn't. I don't know what the agenda is. I've never met the guy, but clearly you don't like me, and that's fine. And I genuinely do wish you the best. Like, I really honestly hope that whatever is bothering you, it unbothers you. What's going on? There are a couple of chatters that sometimes pop into this stream who hate me and see things that I say as a conspiracy and see things that I say as personal insults or personal offenses, and need me to know that they've got a team of people who are researching me, who have information on me, who are going to unmask me and uncover me and show the world what an awful person I truly am. And I've said several times that I'm not a perfect person, but I really genuinely do think that at some point it is just unhealthy. Like, we can have a joke. You know, we can mess around and we can have a joke. And there's many people in the world that I don't like and think they're awful people, but I don't put any effort into uncovering them because I've got other stuff going on. So, I mean, the guy popped into stream yesterday and basically said, you and your mods ban people that disagree with you. And that's not true. You're welcome to disagree with me. Just don't be weird with it, you know? I'd say that I'm pretty damn moderate, to be fair. I think that I'm very, very normal. Why are hot pockets so hot inside? Because otherwise they'd just be called pockets. I think some people do spend an unhealthy amount of time forming parasocial relationships with content creators or internet micro-celebrities. I'm still going to try and show respect to people that I think need help, because I've worked in schools and I've worked with special kind of government programs of kids and adults that had additional needs. And you do tend to see a lot of the patterns of conspiracies, us versus them, secrets, the truth. There's a lot of obsession with that. Pro Jared, it gets when they get parasocial with creators they actively dislike. Oh god, yeah. Like, it's weird when someone parasocially likes a creator. It's scary when someone parasocially dislikes them, because part of me is just thinking, if you dislike someone, just don't engage with them. Like, there's many people that I don't like. I just don't engage with them. There's many people that I look at and think, I bet you're a dick in real life. And I just don't engage with them. We have a limited amount of time in the day. We have a limited amount of hours. We have a limited amount of days. And spending all of that, or spending some of that, being angry at a content creator online, trying to reveal the truth, I truly do just think comes across as a little bit unhinged. Unhinged is a good word for it. Some people do love to hate, but I think it goes beyond hate. I think it genuinely veers into unhealthy obsession. I am the evil cartoon villain that they as the hero must destroy. And even hearing me say that, the dude's probably super annoyed, because he's like, you're mischaracterizing me, I never said that. I don't know you, bro. We've never met. We're probably never going to meet. I find it very weird that I've managed to upset you this much by mostly just making videos and talking about video games and having what I think are very moderate opinions, especially compared to the internet as a whole. I am British. Maybe that's what it is. And part of me, of course, I'm human, so part of me wants to be like, dude, this is just weird now. But at the same time, I think I see people and just want them to be okay. Like, I don't want someone to suffer. If someone's having a difficult time with it, I don't want that person to deal with whatever demons they're dealing with. And if I'm one of those demons, okay. Whole thing just seems weird, bro. And yeah, it gets a little bit parasocial. Sometimes people do join the chat, and one of the first things they say is, you know, I've heard that you ban people that disagree with you. And I don't want to ban people that disagree with me. I want to be able to have a civilized conversation. But at the same time, if I end up banning someone from the chat, it's because they're either killing the vibe of the chat, or they are unwell, or they are unhinged, or they're just being insufferable. And what tends to happen is that's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's this idea of, this content creator hates me, therefore I'm going to go to their stream and say, you know, extremely kind of volatile stuff, and then they're going to ban me, which proves that they hate me. It's one of those catch-22 things. You don't want to prove that you are the villain by partaking in the villainous behavior that you've been accused of. But at the same time, you kind of do have to partake in it because that's the right thing to do in that situation. But that's true. Individual is spot on with what you just said. You do have to sometimes remember that there are children and ill people online. I think what we all do, and I know that I do this, you guys will have to correct me if you don't think you do, but I think we see ourselves as like the baseline, and then we assume that people exist either above or below where we are, but always within like a range. So you see yourself as sitting at 50 on a scale of 1 to 100, and you think, yeah, some people are 30 and some people are 70, and it kind of bounces up and around, but that's not true. The range is way, way bigger than that. And I think my opinions are pretty goddamn basic, like pretty standard. Josh, can you close your game real quick? No. No, there you go. Nice try, though. Now, I've had a couple of weird, and as you get more popular, as more people see you, the problem is that some people will see whatever I do, and they will find things about me that they dislike, and they'll find messages that I've said that, you know what, might genuinely be unfair. And they'll almost make it like a bit of a crusade to bring me down. They need to do that, because if they don't do that, I keep winning, and they are the defender of what's good and honest and true and righteous. And one thing that I have noticed, and again, I don't want to speak as an expert on this because I'm not an expert on mental health, saying that right now. But one thing that I have noticed with people who do suffer from mental health issues, especially people that kind of fall onto the autism spectrum, they have a bit of a focus with the idea of truth and honor and justice and things being fair. And they see themselves, in many ways, as the arbiters of making sure these concepts are upheld. You can disagree with me if you've seen different things, but it is something that I have noticed. You get people online who almost want to cast themselves as the hero within... Oh god, yeah, this is the 2% drop chance quest. They cast themselves as the hero within the story of the world, and they see other people as the villains of it. And it's quite... In some ways, I'm going to be real, it's quite nice that it's the black and white way of living. Because that can be quite simple sometimes. And I think conspiracy theories tend to feed into this as well. There's a great documentary called Behind the Curve, which is, first of all, the best title ever for a documentary about flat earthers, but also this idea that delves into the question of why do people focus on conspiracy theories so much. And I think it's because there is this comfort in assuming, hey, we got the Black Drake's heart within 3 kills, it's a 2% drop, the Paladin is the best character. People, we genuinely did just get that, by the way. It's there. Jesus, no, not him, just me. But people seem to have this idea that the world is unfair and it's their responsibility to make it fair. And one of the things that I did find was that whenever I was teaching in any school that had... And if you're a teacher right now, or if you're a mental health professional and I'm talking out my arse, then let me know. But one thing that I did notice whenever I was teaching in schools or in situations or in government institutions that focused on people that have additional learning needs, anything that was even remotely unfair was a big issue. Enchant a weapon to have a 15% chance to inflict 9 to 13 fire damage. Cool. As soon as there is a perceived injustice, god damn, they very much push back against that. And you know what? Part of me's like, hey, great. You're actually focusing on this idea of injustice. That's quite noble. But I think that's when the inability to socialize kicks in. That has been your experience. Ex of mine was very rigid when it came to right and wrong and justice. When she sometimes fell short was in the nuances, and that led to the uncomfortable stuff. It's the nuances. It's wrong or it's right, but it needs to be done because of this reason. So if someone wants to come into the chat and say that they have a literal group of people collecting intel on me, That strikes me as just incredibly weird. Like, there's no real word I can use to describe it beyond weird. And I don't like using the word weird because it can come across as quite insulting. But, like, that is weird. I don't collect intel on anyone. I'm not a detective. It's quite creepy. It's very parasocial. Someone did that. Oh, Socko, yeah, about 20 minutes ago. There was a long conversation we had on stream yesterday with some guy that really doesn't like me and apparently is spending a hell of a lot of time devoted to bringing me down. I'll be the first person to bring me down. Look, when Sunny V2 finally does The Fall of JoshStrifeHayes, I'll narrate it for free. That's how much I want to get this right. Like, whenever my fall happens and the big cancellation comes, I'll help edit it. I'll be there as part of the script. People will be like, and then Josh said this. And I'll be like, ha, no, you're wrong. It was far worse. I actually said this, this, and this. I'll be proud of doing it. I'm guessing we fell off. Yeah, as soon as we all fall off, I'll be there. Don't you worry. Some people tell me not to worry about it, but consider this. Imagine that someone with absolutely nothing better to do with their life suddenly has a laser focus on making your life worse. You can deal with some very dangerous people. Not necessarily dangerous because they know how to be dangerous, but dangerous because they don't know how to be normal. Cancelled for what? You're like the golden retriever of content creators. I appreciate that, but I'm sure it'll probably be some picture somewhere of me, you know, just railing a line of gamer sups with a load of cosplayers dressed as Thorn from the Hex Girls. And then they'll be like, I knew it! Knew he was into that! And I'll be like, I'd never, ever claim that I wasn't. Like, I've been very open that that's the entire point of this. Oh, there's someone dressed as Captain Amalia from Treasure Planet. Get her in, why not? Let's do this. You've got that picture. Someone will AI generate that picture now, I know it. Oh my god, how do you get across here? God damn, okay. Maybe this way and around? This ad has the worst timing. We're back to the furry convo now. We never truly left. Josh, after changing your stream schedule, did my perspective on streaming change? My perspective on streaming never really changed much, but I think that I've just discovered a schedule that I am able to maintain more. When will we find out Josh isn't actually drinking tea? I have started drinking coffee in the mornings, to be fair. But look, don't ever put anyone on a pedestal. Every human is fallible. Never meet your heroes, and don't assume that anyone is a meta-human. Don't assume that anyone is just, you know, utterly incredible and perfect and brilliant, because that is the fastest way that you'll ever see someone fall down. Don't do that. I've known, and again, I think from when I was working with people that had additional learning needs, there was very much this vibe of the heroes and the villains, the good guys and the bad guys. And everything the good guy did was correct and everything the bad guy did was wrong. And there was even this notion that if the bad guy did something, then the thing was wrong because the bad guy did it. And when the good guy does something, the thing is right because the good guy did it. And you end up realizing that people are judging actions not on the action itself, but on the person that made it and ascribing the action the morals of the person. That was something that I saw happen, honestly, quite a lot. And it worried me every time because I realized there were people out there that weren't actually considering the actions themselves. They were looking at who performed them and then working out what their opinion was based on who performed it. People love this idea of it's good or it's bad. There is no nuance. Nuance doesn't form an us versus them. Nuance doesn't generate an argument. They're not saying, well, this action has been taken by this person and therefore let's look at the action. They were saying, well, I like this person, therefore the action is forgiven. There's a thing we have called the halo effect. I don't know if you guys have heard of the halo effect before. But the halo effect is essentially we ascribe positive traits to people that we find attractive. Just tell me how to feel about topics, streamer. Hydelide is quite good. If you listen carefully, you can hear ProJared screaming. It will resonate around the world a couple of times. Just walks away. I thought Drake and the 99 Dragons made some good choices. Now, people will ascribe... It's the halo effect. People ascribe positive traits to people that they physically like the look of, and negative traits to people they don't like the look of. It's been that way for years. It sucks. It's unfair, but it happens. Oh my goodness, Voss, thank you very much for the subs. That's remarkably kind of you. 5 ad blockers to the community have been gifted out. Right, let me see if I can just kill this spider. See how well this goes. Might go well, it might not. Don't know. But there is genuinely this thing of when someone you find attractive does something, it's quirky. It's a bit silly, you know? It's a little bit smart. It's a bit confident. When someone you don't find attractive does it, that's weird. That's not good. Don't do that. No, stop that. So there is a huge bias toward accepted people doing things and unaccepted people doing things. And when I say attractive, I don't always just mean looks. I can sometimes mean anything that someone finds attractive. There will be people that defend anyone because they like them. There will be people that defend an awful person doing something because that person either has money or has power or is considered attractive. And there will be people, wrongly, that defend me no matter what I do. And don't do that. That's just as bad. Do I play ads? Have you not had any? I do, but I've not played any yet. You're always right, Josh. Thank you, Greg. That's true. Finally, somebody gets it. So yeah, I have this very kind of dangerous relationship with the idea of the halo effect because I know that I benefit from it. They're not defending their streamer, they're defending their tastes in streamers. This is what sometimes happens, and again, I'm not meaning to generalize, and if you are an educational professional and you believe I'm wrong, please let me know. Whenever I have worked with people that have additional learning needs, they often feel the need to defend people that they like because those people show traits that they feel are valuable. And they attack people that they don't like because those people show traits they feel are not valuable, but they will do it at the cost of losing actual friendships around them because to them, the idea of maintaining this justice, this fairness, is more important than actual human connection that happens right there. But this also tends to kind of evolve into this meta problem where the person is no longer considered a real person. They're now just considered the embodiment of an ideology. They're now... I have seen... What's the best way to phrase this? I have seen less intelligent people discuss people that they see as thought leaders within the world. And they discuss them as if they aren't even people, but they are saviors. They are these brilliant meta-humans that can do no wrong. They treat them like like a mascot of an idea. And I think that's dangerous. Because then that gives that person, the person that they are worshipping, almost free rein to do anything and know that it will never be criticized. And sometimes what happens is the person that you're worshipping is the person that's going against your interests. You love my action bars. Thank you, they're very simple. You don't need anything more complex than this. This is a good load of action bars right here. It's not always about being right or wrong, but about staying decent and morally okay. A lot of people justify disgusting behavior on their side because they're doing the right thing. Yeah, people will say it's fine when we do it, but it's not good when you do it. But at the same time, you have to kind of pick your battles. And if you see someone doing something unfair or immoral, do you have a responsibility to stand up and step up and say, no, stop doing that, that's unfair, that's immoral? Because if you then do that for everything, like, here's something that irritates me. And again, this is going to get me cancelled. If there's one thing that gets me cancelled, it's going to be this. So pay attention, because we're getting into the weeds now. We're getting into the genuine, honest weeds now, and I'm going to tell you a genuinely controversial opinion, okay? When you follow the money or the influence or the power of almost any organization up the chain far enough, you will get to someone that you morally disagree with. And you are involved in working with or working for that person. Whenever I see someone say, I can't believe that person's working with them, they don't agree with the moral principle, they do this, 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 and this. I'm like, okay, I get that what you've done is you've gone 1 or 2 steps down the moral argument and you found something you disagree with. But if you go 3 or 4 steps further down the moral argument, you'll find something you're doing that you also disagree with. I've seen people say, oh, I don't want to work with this company, they support this ideology that I disagree with. And I've seen people get very emotionally invested in this, and I've thought, hang on, I know for a fact that you've worked with another company in the past that also work with the ideology that you disagree with. So, like, it's kind of hypocritical to have this moral stance of, I'm going to be better than you, while you're actually also engaging in behavior that you should hate. Can we kill this? There we go. That is something that really bothers me. And you see it in the influencer space a lot. You will see a lot of influencers saying, I can't believe that person worked with them. I can't believe that person took this sponsorship. I can't believe that person. It's bitching behind the scenes. I can't believe that person's doing this. Do they not understand that that's doing this? I'm like, yeah, they understand. But at the same time, you're working with this company who are doing that. Let's have less on the moral posturing, shall we? God, Cain was right. I think you should do the best you can with what you want to do, but also understand that the moment you're going to take a moral stance on something, you kind of have to understand that you yourself might be in trouble. I mean, to be fair, if some people didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all. But it's also a little bit irritating to me. And trust me, some of the people I've known that virtue signal the most are the people doing the worst stuff behind the scenes. We're all a little hypocritical. I mean, if you guys want to cancel me now, that's fine. A lot of people don't quite understand that they are themselves only able to support an ideology or a movement or an idea because their life is not hugely negatively impacted by supporting it. Very few people continue to support any idea that doesn't either benefit them or suddenly starts to not be a benefit to them. That's something that I've discovered. And I'm exactly the same. You want to cancel me because I've not been shilling for Big Wet Ghost. I will always shill for Big Wet Ghost. I also love the word slacktivism. Just want to put that out there. Think that's a great word. There you go. That's a controversial opinion. I mean, look, I'm hypocritical about many things, but I'm also aware of it and talk about it, which inherently makes me better than anyone that doesn't. That's just ego talking right there. People will say, Josh, you're so humble. It's true. I'm just better at being humble than other people. Josh, do principles matter? Schools do struggle without them, but they can get on provided the teachers have a strong enough union. I have been a paladin for a few weeks, and already I am telling people that I am just morally superior to them. Therefore, I think I'm playing paladin correctly. You were expecting a lesson, but you'll take that. Yeah, that's fair. I was born to be a paladin. Straight up. This is my calling now. I need to do this more. This is my whole job. This is my whole thing right now. Did Josh reroll Prop Pally? I did. You've not been here for a while. I absolutely did. I'm enjoying it quite a bit so far. Let me just stick on Blessing of Sanctuary, unleash that, attack you, get up Holy Shield. We're all good. A nitpick I have with modern discourse. Ooh, love it. In political or social spaces, there's an expectation of you to understand the concept that's communicated vaguely. Ooh, and be condescended to if you don't understand it or misinterpret it in the wrong way. And expected to find the answer for yourself. It sucks as someone who doesn't get. That is a really good point there. Do you know why sometimes there are so many extremely vague concepts? And it's by design. It's because if you keep something vague, you can change around where the goalposts are on it at any given time. If something is vaguely defined, it's just whatever you need it to be at any given moment. If you define something, then someone can attack that. If you just keep it as vibes, it's difficult for that, because a lot of online political discussion is not actually about having a discussion. It's about working out whose side you're on and then proving that you belong or don't belong on that side. I feel that these spiders are a tad too difficult for me right now, so what I might do is fly to the bank, and I think I can get my Zul'Farrak sword now. The vibes are all that matter. Yeah. This chat audience feels like my kind of people. Honestly, it's pretty much just us chatting shit for like 4 hours and then talking about politics, and we all have that kind of moral superiority moment where we all feel slightly better than other people in the world. That's how it works. Southeast corner, Thunder Lizards first. Southeast corner. So like over here? Are there quests to go and kill the Thunder Lizards? I'm guessing it's this quest just there. The Santara Stones. Okay. Let me fly back to the bank, because I have got one of the Zul'Farrak swords. It's named Thunder Lizard. Where would the Santara Stones, Court, Horn of the Beast. I'm not seeing any quests called Thunder Lizard. Margol the Rager. Right, we'll do that. When is my TED Talk? It's scheduled for the... And don't laugh, because it's not funny. It's scheduled for the 11th of September. The amount of jokes that I had to stop myself making when I discovered the date. I know. I know. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a couple of things you can't joke about, but there's a couple of things that have got some fun. What are the chances? Pretty high. What's on that date? I'm giving a TED Talk. No joke. That's what's happening. Right, let me fly to Stormwind and go to the bank. Hang on, I'm there. I'm Thorium. I just go to Ironforge. There's a bank in Ironforge, isn't there? Josh, how do I learn to chill the fuck out and just play games? Dog, this life ain't serious, man. We're just monkeys in shoes on a rock flying through space. In 1,000 years, no one will remember what you did, and that's absolutely fine. Just have a cup of tea, grab yourself a snack, play some video games. The problems you have are real problems, and they genuinely will be solved, and you will meet people that understand you and work with you. But closure is a myth invented by Hollywood. Sometimes things just happen, and then things just end. Choose a game that you enjoy, play it. Good music, good visuals, good gameplay, good story, move on. Be decent to the people around you, and try and keep your body healthy. That's the best you can do. Live your life the way that you would like to see other people live their lives. Honestly, just go for that. You don't need... Some people talk to me, and I'm never going to have kids. I don't want to have kids. I'm very selfish. I want to enjoy my own time, my own money. But some people say to me that they need to have kids in order to continue their legacy. Okay, if you want to have kids because you want to have kids, that's absolutely fine. This is connecting to what the dude just said. But your legacy? Do you know what your great-granddad did? Do you know what your great-great-granddad did? Do you know what their great-great-granddad did? Chances are no, you don't. It's okay to do the things you want in life because you want to do them. Have kids because you want to have kids and think you'd be a good parent. Go and enjoy playing video games because you want to enjoy playing video games. That's pretty much it. That's what we can do. So how do you learn to chill the fuck out? Dude, there are choices that you're going to make in life that are going to change and define who you are. But sometimes the really big moments in your own life don't feel big. Sometimes they just feel like small things that happen. We expect every big moment in our life to have this cinematic orchestral score behind it. We expect big moments to happen and then fade to black and the rest of life continues in a dramatic way, but that's never what happens. Sometimes stuff just happens and then it kind of carries on. Have you guys ever watched a film and thought, oh my god, that is so well paced and cinematic, the big, fantastic, incredible thing happened and then it ended. And in real life, it's just like, that happens and then you're still there. You've not gone. That's it. And you just have to kind of sit there. You don't know how the conversation ends. You don't know how the story continues. That's mostly what life is. It's those awkward moments in between the big fun things that happen. So the vast majority of your life is going to be you just doing the small things in between the big things. Try and enjoy that. You live for nothing if you don't get to have your own children. Thoughts. When I was a child, I was told I could grow up and be anything I wanted to be because my parents were remarkably supportive of me. And I said that I want to be someone who focuses on their own career. I want to be someone who focuses on the adventure. I want to be someone who focuses on traveling around the world and experiencing what the world has to offer. And I know that if I have a child, that will be limited. Now, I think I would be a very good father if I wanted to be a father. But honestly, I just don't. I realize that about myself. I enjoy working with kids. I loved being a teacher. I love being a martial arts instructor. I love that general assistance and vibe and just helping see the next generation grow into whatever they could possibly be. But it also helped me understand that I don't want to always be responsible for another child of my own. And so I want to continue to live my life in the way that I want to live it. And if I were to lie to myself and say, yeah, I'll just have a kid and I'll do that, then I feel that I would eventually end up resenting and regretting doing that. So I don't want to do that. I really enjoyed teaching, don't get me wrong. I really, really like working with kids. I just think it's so much fun. I think you can see people become who they truly are. They ask silly questions. They are honest to a fault. But at the same time, I also now know that I have a level of desires and responsibility to me within my own life that I want to focus on. I would rather regret not having a kid than regret having a kid. There might be a thing that I end up regretting, and I'm kind of okay with that. People always go, you've got to carry on your legacy. My legacy is every person I've ever met or helped. My legacy is everything I leave to the world when I am gone. It doesn't need to be another human being. Maybe it can just be a couple of funny videos. Right, let's see what weapons we've got in here. The Stone Slayer, 200 damage, 42 damage a second. That's decent, but what about this? 32 damage a second. Sangthraze the Deflector, increase your parry rating. That does more damage, but it reduces my bonus healing and bonus damage. Ooh, right. 0.2. That increases my 12 damage a second. That's an increase of 12. That's an increase of 3.5. Nothing's beating 3.1 yet. But other people will absolutely tell you what you should or shouldn't do based on what they would or wouldn't do. Vanquish's Sword is a 2.2 speed. That's a 1.7 speed. In fact, 1.7 speed combined with Seal of Righteousness means I'm going to be hitting and doing more holy damage, so that's a good point. We go with Sangthraze the Deflector because it's faster, and the increase in speed is going to allow me to apply more Seal of Righteousness damage. So that is going to be the way we do it from now on. Seal of Righteousness on a 1.7 sword. That'll make me happy. I'm going to put my other weapon away because I'm kind of liking this Hand of Righteousness. And if we ever do get transmogs, I might transmog it. What server is this? Thunderstrike EU. Is it hardcore? Emotionally, yes. Mechanically, no. Ooh, what's my sword skill? Swords. It's lower. So, right, we're going to go on level sword skill for a bit. Is a spell power weapon still not the main choice for a prot pally? No, not at level 45. Might be good to learn axes while you're here. Nah, I'll never use an axe, don't need to. An axe is just a short, fat sword. And if you're going to go for that, may as well go for a hammer. Now let's head back to the place over here. Yeah, honestly, while we're leveling, I don't care about the meta. At this point, it does not matter. Do I like music that's not in my native language? I will listen to the Macarena, yes. I just level for enjoyment. I level for the vibes, to be honest. You haven't pre-planned your route to pre-raid best in slot gear. I don't even know what that is. And the catch-up song, obviously. Music not in my native language. I mean, I've listened to the Crazy Frog once or twice. I like how this entire conversation came from a guy saying, how does he chill out? The journey... Here's one of the weird things. You don't actually need to finish the journey. If you're enjoying it in a game, go for it. People think that you need to plan everything. People think you need to have the best in slot. People think you need to know the raid stuff. You need to max level. If you're just enjoying the leveling zone that you're in, just do that. That's okay. People will always go, why aren't you further along? Why aren't you doing more of this? Nah, man. Just enjoy the journey while you're there. If I ever told the chat that my weakness is kryptonite. So my weakness, I don't normally tell people this, but my weakness is actually bullets. I don't normally like to reveal that to people because it feels like quite a personal thing. But if you shoot me, I will die. Maybe one day I'll get to the end. Who knows? What about knives? Actually, because I'm British, we're born with a natural immunity to knives. Right, I'm going to fight this... You said thunder lizards in the bottom... The southeast? Right, thunder lizards in the southeast. Let's see what we can do. It's a good passive to have, yeah. Is that why I'm dressed like the main character of The Wolf Among Us? I just really like that Miracle of Sound song. That's what it was. Right, so you guys are saying that there is... Inju, you said there were things in the southeast that I need to go to? Let's do the southeast then. Josh, what do you do if you're paralyzed by choices but also overthink said choices? Oh, you mean analysis paralysis? At that point, just flip a coin and just do what it says. And if you flip the coin and you really, 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 really hate the answer and really wished the coin gave you the other answer, understand that the coin was never telling you what to and not to do. The coin was telling you what you do and don't feel. Oh, you've not said anything about... Wow, sorry, Inju. It was somebody else saying bottom right. Or southeast, should I say. Chat is just collectively Inju. I just imagine that Inju is relaying all of your messages to me. Right, I'm going to have to level my sword skill quite a bit. Tell you what, though, after attacking with a slow weapon, this feels a lot better. Hello, I'm from Germany and I like your stream. Thank you very much. Welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing okay over in Germany. You can hit faster with Seal of the Crusader. Oh, yeah. You know what? A speed increase on an already fast weapon is a pretty good choice. Josh, what's your guilty pleasure? Oh, goodness me. How honest do I want to be? So, I know that I like to talk about fitness and about health and about, you know, respect and all that kind of stuff, but there is just something genuinely beautiful about on a Friday night going down to the local pizza place and getting like a nice big meat feast, stuffed crust, big pizza with garlic bread as well, and then I wouldn't do the full sugar Pepsi, that's too much, but you get a garlic bread, you get a can of Rio, something like that, and then you go and you shoot a poor person. That, oh man, that is the best Friday. Part of me does feel guilty about doing it, but it does feel so good. You've got to do that. I'm sorry, you all asked about guilty pleasures, things I feel bad about doing. Part of me does regret the idea of hunting a human, but there really is nothing like it. And you know what? After that, the pizza, you don't even want it. The adrenaline's just so high. Nothing to feel guilty of. That's just because it's cold. No, I don't take that long. You're in the UK, you mean stabbing. No, that's the guilt. The guilt comes from having a gun without a license. Josh is a werewolf, confirmed. I am enjoying this faster sword, though. That's quite cool. And I'm enjoying my parry rating being higher as well. Josh, what's an unnecessary luxury in your life that you'd hate having to give up? Oh, goodness. I mean, I think that I've got some stuff that I kind of get used to, like one of those bins that opens automatically when you put your hands over it, or a little kind of... I've got what's called a one-cup kettle, which is where you just put the cup underneath it and press the button on the top and it pours exactly 1 cup. But I think probably the ease of shooting a poor person is... It's just become so much easier with the amount of sniper rifles that I'm able to get my hands on now. And I don't think I can give it up. Like, I'd go back to the way I used to do it with, like, crossbows. But it's just, once you've got used to how easy it is, it's very hard to go back to not doing that. The crossbow does have some style to it. That's true. No, like a luxury I couldn't give up that I would find hard to give up. I've got a nice electric toothbrush. I know that sounds silly, but when you get used to having an electric toothbrush, it's kind of very important to just keep having that. And I like the 1 cup that I make tea in. You just press the button, it dispenses 1 cup. I upgraded my soda stream recently from the old red version where you push a button on top to the new black version where you pull a little lever on the side. That was quite cool. Very much enjoyed doing that. Righteous Fury came off. That's why I was taking damage. Are you using it while you're shooting poor people? No, you have to compartmentalize your life, otherwise you never end up having any fun. There's going to be an uptick in crimes, and this stream is the reason. Don't lie, nobody here is going to go outside. Ooh, rich people to use a kettle on the stove like a real man. Listen, it's called the 1 cup. You put the water in the back, it goes through a Brita filter, you put a cup of tea underneath it, you press the button, it dispenses exactly 1 cup of tea. It's great. It's fantastic. I'm never sure when Josh is serious and when he's sarcastic. Good. But I've heard enough English people to have issues telling when Germans are being sarcastic in German. I don't think you can be sarcastic in German. Pretty sure it's impossible. Okay, that dude, this is a guy in a toilet that needs some help. Obviously, I'm going to just abandon this politics quest and accept your toilet quest. What do you need me to do? You need me to Dark Iron Geologist. I will easily go and kill some geologists. You're not even real teachers. Is it the Breville Hot Cup? It might be. It might be that one. I'll have to check. But no, I mean, I've got a couple of creature comforts that I kind of... you get used to, like the microphone stand and the microphone being easy to move, the PC being set up the way that I want it, slaves, but just kind of that. I mean, you say slaves, they were willing fans. That's the way it works. And so that's how my garden gets cleaned so quickly. 2 screens, 2 monitors, that's the important one. Is that a sock on the mic? Yes. You're talking about me. It's... yes. Yeah, I was. That's true. My quest log is full again. I'm trying to accept another quest. Right. Stranglethorn Vale. Oh, I can just stop all of those. I hate all those quests. They can all go away. You, my brother, let's go. Right, back to Ironforge. Let's go, my friend. You and me, we're going on one hell of an adventure. What would be something that you... I think probably like good Wi-Fi. That's going to be the one. How crusty is that sock, Josh? No, this is actually the clean sock. This is the one that keeps the microphone clean. This is a very important sock. Will I be there for Classic Plus? Jack, I'll be there for you. Okay? when the rain starts to fall. I'll be there for you, like I've been there before. You want to know why, Jack? It's because I know that nobody told you that life was going to be this way. I know that maybe your job's a joke. Maybe you're broke. Maybe your love life is DOA. Maybe it's like that you're always stuck in second gear. But when it hasn't been your day, maybe we will all try to make it your year. There we go. Is this AI? No, this is actually far funnier than AI could be. Thank you for all going clap, 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 and doing the clappy bit. Damn, he knew the whole Big Bang theme. Oh my god, no, that was actually Sign Fraser. You talk like AI. Coton, you've got that backwards. AI talks like me. I'm what it's trained on. That's the difference. Are you familiar with AI? Would it be more comfortable for you if I started talking the way that AI has been trained? You talk like AI. Ah, yep, I see. I made a problem there. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I just made that up. What would you like to talk about? You just type anything and we'll dive right in. Fantastic. You say anything you like, you're absolutely right, and I'll let you know my opinions. We'll keep it light, keep it loose, and we'll just see where this goes. Ah, yeah, right, I see what I did. You got attacked by Dark Iron Steel Shifters in World of Warcraft, and now you need to cast some spells, so I'm going to help you learn how to play the Paladin class, which is what I can see you're playing. This is those two AIs talking to each other. What do you think about Grok 18 Plus Spicy Mode, available for use in Tesla while driving? Well, I mean, if you're going to be driving a Tesla, you're a wanker anyway, so you might as well help yourself out a bit. Can we just take a moment to appreciate that was a really good joke? Okay, I don't often hit bangers like that, but I feel that was a three-pointer right away. That was a good one. Tesla owners catching strays. Well, if they're using that mode, maybe they should close the window. A 5 out of 7. A perfect score. I'd rate it quick wanking a Tesla out of 10. I'll find some video to give that score to. Is EU down? I mean, what for, Jedi? We're always a little bit feisty. What do you want to do? Are we talking just like, you know, hanging out, keeping it loosey-goosey, or you got some kind of crazy ideas going on? I mean, I'm listening. Down to clown, always. We're always down to clown. Are we down to, like, you know, just fool around? Maybe some Netflix and chill? That's what content creators say when we start, you know, advertising games. How long do you think this bit will last? I think you mean the EU down as in it's fallen. Well, I keep being told that the West has fallen, and then I keep finding out that we're still selling Easter eggs at Easter, which is my kind of way of balancing whether we have or haven't. I've not yet seen the video of the longest T-dunk in history. I don't think the EU is allowed to fall because the customer The customer protections afforded by it basically say that we're not allowed to fall over. There must be a guardrail there. You're talking about the EU realms. Yes, so am I. You bought Christmas-themed chocolate yesterday. Can we just appreciate that Christmas chocolate is in shops already, which is fantastic. Love that for us. Big, big fan of Christmas. We need to bring back realms and knights to protect them. Okay, so one thing that I love about the law in England is that in order to become a knight of the realm, you simply need to be knighted, and you can be knighted for any particular reason that the crown wants to knight people for. TV stars have been knighted, sports stars have been knighted, internet celebrities have been knighted, authors have been knighted, all that jazz. But if England is ever actually invaded by a foreign power, part of the crown's power is to call upon the knights of the realm to defend the land. Which means that if we ever did get fully invaded, we would have to watch Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen and David Attenborough and David Beckham actively wearing armor, fighting people in the streets. Like, they could be called up to do that. And people have said to me, do I want to be knighted? And I don't think I'd be able to do that. Lewis Hamilton, he'd be quick, actually. You give him like some kind of crazy powerful pike. I think he'd be good. Right, so what just happened? This dude just straight up died? We got some sniper. Just killed this guy? What was the name of the quest? Right, where am I? I'm in Searing Gorge. Suntara Stones. Help him back. Right. Well, he's dead. Oh, hang on. I'm a paladin. Am I meant to... Am I meant to resurrect this dude? No. Okay. There's a paper on the floor, apparently. I cannot see anything that I'm meant to click. Like, the map says that it's around here somewhere. Thank you, Saharis, for falling asleep next to me. It takes a minute or two. I could just resurrect this dude. Check your quest log. It says complete. And then Suntara Stone's complete. Signed letter is meant to be around here somewhere. Josh, you need to go to Stormwind. He's not dead yet. Do I have a 90s screensaver you can watch while we wait? Absolutely. You all happy with that? Where is the letter that's meant to spawn? Is it? Hang on. Is it in my inventory? Doesn't seem to be. But maybe he'd given it to me already. Where on earth would it be? I'm guessing this quest is just bugged. I can't attack that. The quest can bug out. It's supposed to spawn. Right, I'll have to just do it again. Check the quest log. I've checked the quest log. It says complete. Dorius Escort. Complete. And yet nothing else is happening. Right, no more DVD logo. You've had too much of that. Too much for too long. Have you tried /reload? What does /reload do? Have you tried not being bugged? Did you check the quest log? Don't do this. Don't do this. I'm going to kill some geologists. Tactically hid that sneeze. Nobody noticed. Let's go and try and kill these geologists. Did you turn the quest off and on again? I might need to do that. I might need to try and turn this dwarf on again. What about the oven? I'm not checking the oven. It's not in the oven. What's that quest down there? The Horn of the Beast. And some more geologists. Just give the quest a couple of smacks. I want to go and try and get this one, the Horn of the Beast, whatever this one's down here. Right, you, War Golem, address me. The letter might just respawn on its own. I'll go back afterwards. What about uninstalling and installing the entire quest again? I could do that. That is a possibility. For now, however, I want to level up my sword by attacking this dude repeatedly. And I think I'll do some damage. Yeah, I meant to be doing 32 damage a second. Appreciate the fact that because I'm hitting quicker, I'm doing way faster holy damage. Does anyone have a screenshot of Josh mid-sneeze? I do, but I'm not going to give you that. Because why would I? Right, I want to kill some geologists. Because I don't respect it. As a lesson. Let's see if they'll chase me. I'm going to use this and increase my fire resistance. I just used a trinket. That is the most complicated thing I have ever done in this game. Pro gamer. I looked at my mana and I realized what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to use the trinket that gives me mana back. I am honestly, potentially, the greatest World of Warcraft player in the world of Warcraft. If I could be any Space Marine unit, what would you be? You'd be the heavy intercessor with the heavy bolter. Any Space Marine unit. Ooh. I mean, scouts get that kind of nice light armor. They aren't expected to do too much, which is always nice. Oh, Silk Cloth is a quest now, is it? God damn. I feel that I'd probably be the banner bearer of any of them, really. Let's go with... Let's choose a nice easy path where nobody expects too much of you. Let's go with... That's a good question now, actually. Yeah, probably a Death Watch chaplain. They don't need to do too much, do they? Josh, did players ever ruin your planned D&D campaign by rolling a nat 20? No, they never ruined it. They always made it, because that's what they're playing. The planned campaign is players have fun. If players have fun, campaign is going well. You can't ruin the campaign by rolling a nat 20. You can just advance the campaign in a way that maybe I didn't see coming. The campaign isn't you versus me. It's not us versus them. It's the idea of all of us collectively playing a game together. The DM isn't against the players. The DM isn't the one telling the story the players have to go to. The DM is the one keeping the world consistent. As long as the world remains consistent, it's a good game. You're all going to enjoy it and have a good time. Right, you. Let's go. What do I have on me? Mana potion. That'll work. Probably. And I'm going to go with increasing that. Do that. Get that up. And then stun you for a second. There we go. Right, managed resources. Did what I needed to do. Now we rest for a moment and drink some of that. Why do YouTubers start a series with like 10, 20 or 30-minute videos and then that series turns into 1-hour videos without the subject demanding the increased time? Because when you start the series, you want people to get invested in the series, so it's very important for the opening of the series to be really good, because that's your hook. That's the chance to show people what they're getting invested in. Once people are invested, you can then put less effort into the rest of the series, because people are going to turn up and watch it anyway. Which is why the editing for the first 30 seconds and then 5 minutes of a video are far much more important than the editing for the next 30 minutes. Because if someone's got 30 minutes into the video, chances are they're just going to stick around after that anyway. So unfortunately, it's mostly about working out the best use of your time during the retention. And then you realize that you make far more money if your videos are longer, so you're incentivized to just start making them longer. It's difficult to say, do you want to make a 1-hour video that's average, that's going to earn you way more money, or a 30-minute video that's really good, that's going to earn you less money, but people will respect you? What do you care about more? The respect of your audience and your peers, or your income at the end of the month? Because one of them can directly relate to the other. If you are respected by your audience and your contemporaries at the time, people will be willing to pay you more for sponsorships because your name carries weight to it. Is Will Riker my favorite Star Trek character? That's very close. You notice the alert, love Star Trek. Will Riker is fantastic. I think Picard, though, takes it for me. I think that at least from the next gen, Picard definitely takes it. Although the next gen had a huge amount of exceptional characters there. Worf was good. Data was always really interesting. I loved, and I still think, the interaction between Worf and Data is phenomenal. Worf was good. You guys get paid more for longer videos, thought it was all about short form these days. No, so YouTube pays you based on how many adverts it can put in your video. A longer video can simply have more adverts. It always depends how long you can hold people's attention for. Let's say, because YouTube cares about what they call retention time, which is how long you stay on the actual YouTube site for. Let's imagine that someone puts out a 10-hour video, but it only has a 10% retention time. That's still an hour of your time. Then let's say 100 people watch it and they all get kind of held back by 10%. That's effectively 100 hours that you've kept people on YouTube. If you put out a 20-second short that 10,000 people watch, you've still not kept people on the website as long. YouTube cares about click-through rate, it cares about retention time, and it cares about total overall watch time. In general, long-form videos make far more money than short-form videos. If you get a short that has 10 million views, you won't make as much money as if you have a long video that gets 100,000 views. Would a bi-weekly 20-minute be better than a bi-monthly 1 hour? It depends. Different things want different things. I'm going to try this one more time, this quest over here. Shorts are not as valuable as long-form content. Long videos are good to keep on in the background. Long videos generally appeal to a slightly older audience. Shorts get a lot of views, but the increased view doesn't always come with increased value. Yeah, this quest is bugged as hell. I'm not bothering with this quest anymore. Wonder if the dude that made the 12-hour fireplace video is rich. He's probably earned a decent income from it. Oh, the revenue model of YouTube is weird. So, a lot of YouTubers, the way that you get paid on YouTube is fascinating. And I don't think they'll mind me explaining this. People think that the most important metric is just how many people watch the video. That's not true. A view is not equal. A view is more or less valuable based on who, or in general, where the view comes from. Now, obviously, this is my job, so I know a lot about it, but if it bores any of you, just tell me to shut up. They are changing what a view is. They are, but this is actually not going to matter for the explanation I'm about to give. So, consider this. When you do anything on your computer, you will have a cookie of that information stored. That's why all these websites say to you, do you accept cookies? The cookies on your computer build up a view of who you are. Let's say that you go on Google and you search for golf equipment. That's stored as a cookie. Let's say you go to YouTube and you watch a video about golf. That's stored as a cookie. Let's say you go to Amazon, you buy some golf clubs. That's stored as a cookie. Suddenly, YouTube, Google, Amazon, they can now see a lot of the cookies on your computer. They can now put them all together and realize you're a golfer. Now, when you put a YouTube video up, you have to add tags to the video, and the tags basically say who the video is for. And people used to try and abuse the tag system by writing everything in it. They would write Fortnite, Roblox, Mr. Beast, challenges, pranks, popular videos, viral. They would just write words that they thought the system wanted to see. But believe it or not, the system doesn't actually use the tags that you write to work out who the video is. It uses the tags to promote it originally to the viewers that are going to see it for the first time. But then what YouTube tends to do is look at all of the people that have watched it for any length of time and work out which cookies all of those viewers share. So if I make a video about MMORPGs and I tell YouTube it's about MMORPGs, it doesn't trust me, but it will release them and it will promote them to people who say they like MMORPGs. And it will only trust me when those people who have all of those cookies have managed to watch it all the time. And then YouTube will then go, okay, I'm having a look at who's watching your video. I'm having a look at their cookies. I'm realizing everyone is sharing the MMORPG player cookie. From now on, when you put a video out, we'll promote it to those people. But why does this matter? Well, certain demographics are simply more or less lucrative to advertisers than other demographics. If an advertiser walks up and says, we would like to promote our product, but we would only like to promote it to people who are between 25 and 35, who play online games, mostly World of Warcraft, because we believe this product is going to heavily appeal to that demographic. And YouTube will then go, okay, we will find all of those people. Back up, right, Cave Thunder Lizard. Right, we'll go. We will promote this to all of those people because that demographic is quite rare, but it's also quite valuable. When people say, hey, I'm going to start a YouTube channel, I'm going to cover Minecraft. Okay, how many YouTube channels covering Minecraft do you think there are? The answer is a lot. And because of this, Minecraft YouTube channels are not necessarily that valuable to advertisers because it is not a difficult demographic to get into. Other side, I'll go and grab them in a second. So what YouTube then does is YouTube looks at your channel and YouTube looks at something called RPM, or revenue per milli. And revenue per milli is how much money you get paid from YouTube for how many thousand views that video gets, milli being 1,000. Now, if you have a non-valuable demographic, and in general, gaming is actually quite low within the value, you might be earning maybe 50p to £2 to £3 per 1,000 views. Then, if you are appealing to a more valuable demographic, you might be earning £7 to £8 per 1,000 views. What is a high value demographic? Sure, good question. So a high value demographic would be a demographic that advertisers would feel confident advertising an expensive product at. Who do you think that would be? Who do you think is a high value demographic? They will have a lot of expendable income. They will be willing to spend it. And there will not be that many channels that appeal to it. What's the high value demographic? Who has expendable income? Not kids. Adults between 30 and 50. That's a good way of starting. Okay, cool, yeah. Normally, 25 to 45, expendable income. Who else? Crypto, absolutely. Crypto is an extremely valuable demographic to get into because they know that even if people don't have the money, they will still spend it. People that are massively into expensive music stuff, yeah, that'll work as well. Gambling, absolutely, without a doubt. Gambling is huge. Car heads, yeah, people that are into cars. Expensive hobbies. Gacha, that's a really good one. So, let's imagine this. Let's say that you have a YouTube channel. It has 100,000 subscribers, which is a solid subscriber base, and you effectively want to start making some money on it, you want to monetize it. YouTube will then take your channel, look at who it appeals to, and when an advertiser goes to YouTube and says, hey, we would very much like to appeal to these people, and these people. If that advertiser says, we want to appeal to people, kids that like Minecraft, that's not a rare demographic. YouTube will say, okay, we've got absolutely tons of people. We'll pay them, £1 per 1,000 views. Now, YouTube gets paid more for that ad spot. YouTube will probably make £3 or £4 for the 1,000 views, and it will pass the money it makes on to you. But what if you have a valuable thing? What if you suddenly have a difficult market demographic to get? Advertisers know how valuable that is. Card games are a good one. And suddenly then you're being paid 20 to 30, sometimes even £40 per 1,000 views. So starting a YouTube channel is not just about how many views you can get. It is about who is watching the channel and how valuable that demographic is to advertisers. And how difficult, this is a question one, how difficult that demographic is to access. It is not difficult to access kids that like Minecraft. It is much more difficult to access People that are really, really into photography and trust the YouTuber they're watching to tell them about photography. When I did the episode on worst MMO ever on the gacha games, do you earn more revenue for that video? Slightly. But different YouTube videos earn different amounts. You could make a 1-hour video that earns £100. You could make a 30-minute video that earns £1,000. It's all about who is watching the video, why they are watching it, and how valuable they are to the advertising demographic. That's also why we tell people not to put multiple types of video on one channel. Because when you put multiple types of video on one channel, YouTube, when it goes to look at the cookies of who's watching your channel, cannot find a connecting thread. It has no idea who you appeal to. It doesn't know what you are as a creator. And so when advertisers go to YouTube and say, we have these adverts, we would like them to be played on channels that appeal to this, and this demographic, YouTube won't choose you because it doesn't have faith in you. It doesn't trust you. YouTube likes it when channels are very specific because it's much more safe for that. Why do you get adverts about ex-NASA scientists who invented a magic air conditioner and want me to have it on the cheap? Oh God, I've seen that guy as well. Now, some people can just pay for adverts and it gets pushed to everyone, but it will also work out that you are of the age that would likely be tricked by that, or have researched just enough pseudoscience that that might be your thing. I'm not saying you're old, I'm saying the demographic they're going for is 35 to 45. What are my demographics on my YouTube channel? Mostly 30 plus male from Western countries, either UK, America, Germany, France, all that stuff. But it's why whenever I talk to someone about YouTube who knows nothing about YouTube and I say I'm a YouTuber, they always go, oh, you should make videos on Roblox. You should make videos on Minecraft. You should make videos on Call of Duty. Oh, you should cover FIFA. Do you know what happens the moment I make a video on Roblox? Any kind of Roblox MMORPG? Kids watch that video. That then lowers the average age of my viewer, which means that suddenly my audience is now no longer as valuable to the advertisers because the age has dropped. When you have a YouTube channel, curating who watches it is just as important as curating how many views you get. You can make more money off 100,000 view video than you can off 1 million view video if those 100,000 views are considered high value views. All right, lava spiders are, I think, this way. Yeah, there we go. You should make a video on my personal favorite game from my childhood. You'll get 100% retention from this demographic. Yeah. That must suck if your niche suddenly becomes popular with everyone. It depends. You can be the leader of that. Why is a video being age restricted bad? That precludes kids from watching. Why is it bad then? A video being age restricted is different from you marking the video as not being made for kids, because being age restricted means that whoever's watching it has to log in, and most people don't watch YouTube from logged in accounts. That's why it being restricted is bad. You are vastly limiting the amount of people that video can then be shown to. The amount of people that push back against any kind of ID given to any either private or government organization means that a lot of people just watch YouTube on public PCs. Or when they do log in, they haven't given it their details to prove that they're over 18. I do wonder if the retro reviewers watchers or the MMO review watchers get you higher ad bits. The retro channel. The retro channel makes more money than the MMO channel. And people get confused by that. They're like, hang on, no, the MMO channel's got more subscribers. It gets more viewers. There are more people in the world interested in retro video games than there are in MMORPGs. And if you're interested in a retro video game, chances are you're willing to spend more money on those kind of retro things. So having the MMORPG audience is, of course, valuable, but the retro channel, if I had to continue one of them, if I, gun to my head, have to continue one, it would be the retro channel. You're still waiting for the Tomb Raider 3 video. Yes, you and everybody else that reminds me I have to keep making it. Don't worry, it will happen. This is the Burning Crusade. You have a retro channel? There we go. JoshStrifeHayes is the main MMORPG channel. JoshStrifePlays is the retro gaming channel. What happened to my bags? These ones? Nothing. The point-and-click Sierra Adventures. I love those ones. Broken Sword was always my favorite. You've got an... Oh, thank you very much. Why are the bags empty? I sold some stuff. The games I cover on the Plays channel are definitely the games people have nostalgia for. You miss live-action adventures with real actors from the 90s. Oh, God, yeah. I bet Night Trap was your jam, wasn't it? So, yeah, that's kind of how YouTube works. Obviously, there's much more complexity under the hood than I could ever possibly understand or explain. But in general, just getting more views isn't necessarily the most important thing to do. The most important thing to do on YouTube, in my mind, is serve the audience. A lot of people ask me, how do they make videos that get views? And I think, right, you're putting the cart before the horse. You're not understanding that you don't just make a good video and it get views. You serve the audience with something they don't currently have, and they will watch because of what you are now providing. How do you make a video that serves an audience? And it sounds so simple when you say it that way, but how do you serve the audience? People often start with the question, how do I get views? And I say, right, change it round. Views are a byproduct. Make a good video. Serve the audience the video they want to see. Views will happen. You're asking how do you get the results you want, but you're not asking how do you make the thing that gets the results. Let's make the thing as best we can. The results will come. How are bot views affecting monetization? I don't tend to see too much change in that because I don't think there are that many bots that are bothered about watching MMORPG videos. Bot views tend to be purchased by YouTubers who need to inflate their view count, or by YouTubers who are just starting out and need the ego boost of bots watching. Neither of that serves the audience. Neither of that tells me what I'm doing right or wrong. So bot views for me aren't really a problem. How's the Brazilian aviation industry going? That's going well. That's really going well. I am very lucky to be able to continue doing what I do. And I think the best way to do it is just to continue trying to make videos and try to do streams that serve the audience. That's it. Is the whimsy of a viewer count a good measurement, though? Whimsy is a difficult one to quantify, but if we ever could, it would be the best way to quantify it. A few more of these spiders and we'll finish this quest. How the dogs doing? They're all good, man. Thank you for asking. They're all doing good. If you don't know if you're a robot or a human, should you try to find out? See if you can make a really convincing origami animal. That seems to be the best way to do it. Did I react to the Star Citizen stream? Nope. I have no particular interest in being involved in Star Citizen. How do you know if the origami is an animal or a robot animal? The robot one will dream of electric sheep. This spider is very strong. Good lord. This is too strong, if anything. What I might need to use is weakness to holy damage and then righteous on my actual weapon to just do more damage. And then drink a mana potion. Get my shield up. Here we go. This is good. Oh, there we go. I'd lost my Blessing of Sanctuary. That's why I was taking more damage than normal. Having been a teacher, did it affect my will to have kids in any way? Yeah, I don't want them. I've spent a long time working with them, and I don't want kids. I wouldn't necessarily say that itself did or didn't affect the desire, but it definitely made me realize that this is not a lifestyle that I want to come home to. Genetic dead end. Yep. My bloodline ends with me. Or, you know, my brother. But I will never try and make people bad for wanting kids. That's the thing. There seems to be this us versus them mentality of people that have kids demanding other people have them and people that don't have them demanding other people don't. How about work out what you think you can best do and then support people doing whatever they think they can best do? Like, I don't particularly want kids, but I'm never going to disparage somebody who does, and I'll support them the best way they can. It's one of the strangest war things. It's always us versus them. It's got to be us versus them, man. And if you aren't currently involved in the us versus them fight, you've got to pick a side. You've got to do it. Everything is us versus them. I hate that. You know what? We should be against that. We should all be against the us versus them fighting. Collectively. We're all on this rock together, apart from the people who think we aren't all together. God, we should rally against that lot. I feel there should be like a quest to kill these Twilight guys, but I've not managed to find one yet. What's that one? Divine Retribution. Is that a quest to kill these dudes? It's a level 48 quest. I can probably do that. What is this quest? You. Talk to me. I will listen. Oh, my quest log is full. Right. Oh, hang on. Oh, the Mountaineer. Should I try to take that to... Ah, Lochmoden Mountaineer dude. Where's that? Mark of the Beast. Oh, okay, cool. It's there? So return to Lochmoden and see if I can give this guy the thing. Watch the first Dark Souls playthrough. Oh, thank you. Even back then, you looked camera ready with your commentary. Any tips on how to improve that skill? I went to university and did a performing arts degree, but the tips on how to improve anything are do it until you're better at it. Do it, reflect, watch the footage back. You will feel cringe at your own voice. That's fine, we all do. How do we then improve from that? If I accuse you of misrepresenting viewer comments, will you stream for 40 minutes longer? I can't promise that I won't. So, there is that. You might have got me there. Practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. So what you should instead do is practice with the intention of whatever you do becoming permanent. If you want to get better at talking to a microphone, spend a long time talking to a microphone. If you want to get better at presenting to camera, spend a long time presenting to camera. You will suck at the start. Everyone does. You get better. You just do it, and then you get better. You get a little bit better every day. If practice makes permanent, why do I know naught Spanish? You're not practicing. You got to practice more. Also, you know some Spanish. Sea. That means the ocean. Just go slow with it, man. It's okay to be bad at something. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? There we go. Watch the first episode of Community. There you go. You practice your Kamehamehas every day but can't seem to produce one yet. Ah, right, that's actually a common problem. You need to travel to, at this point, probably... Oh, what's the best place? Honestly, at this point, just Jupiter. That's going to be where the increase in gravity is enough. You aren't doing it with enough gravity. They say 10,000 hours to achieve mastery in something, but you can become really good at something quicker than that, and you can suck at something slower than that. Can you master being bad at something? Absolutely. Just be bad for 10,000 hours. I think the 10,000 hours claim just sounds nice. It's just one of those, it's a nice round number kind of thing. Also, remember that time spent practicing needs to be intentional time, not just time messing around. I know many people who trained in martial arts and they achieved a black belt, and they will tell you something like, ah, yes, I've been training for 10 years. And I'm thinking, yeah, you've been going to a 1 hour a week martial arts class for about 10 years. So 1 hour a week, and you've been going, let's say you missed a couple of weeks. Let's say you do 50 weeks in the year. Cool. You've done 50 hours worth of training in a year, and you've been doing it for 10 years. You've done 500 hours worth of training. Okay. Someone could do that in 2 months. if they did it with intention and they did it in a focused way. Someone could do it in 3 months. Someone could do it in a year. So do be very, very cautious, curious even, when someone tells you that they've been doing something for 10 years, because they might have been doing it for an hour a week. And if they want to say that hour a week, that's fine. If you want to say you've been doing it for an hour a week, totally okay. Nothing wrong with that. But do also just take it with a pinch of salt. Just occasionally realize that length of time over the long time spent doing something does not necessarily mean focused, intentional work with that. You can lose a huge amount of skill, you can lose a huge amount of progress within that hour. And that hour itself may not be focused. And life does go through phases with it. You'll do some stuff that's intense, some stuff that isn't. Right, let's fly back. I don't mind training in this area, but I feel slightly weak. But if I can do these quests, I'll be happy. To Ironforge. Is there a quest in Ironforge I don't know or I need? Let me have a quick check. I don't think so. Although, what is that quest just there? Complete. Proof of the... Where am I looking? Unless it's out in here somewhere. Curator Thorius. Proof of the deed. Oh, okay, cool. It's in there. I've got to go back to Ironforge. Do I still keep up with martial arts? No, I've not done it for a long time. I wouldn't want to say that I'm anywhere near as skilled as I used to be. I could probably still teach some of the basics. But no, I would need a good solid month of really, really intense training to get back into it. Was it karate? I started off doing Wadaroo style karate, and then I moved into kickboxing, and then I moved into general Atemi Jutsu style self-defense, and then it was a more generalized system that the Royal Navy use called CQC, which is close quarters combat, and that's mostly just very fast, violent moves. There's a lot of explosive stuff that goes on there, and it's useful to know, it's great to know, but it's scary stuff. And it's... You know when all those... One thing that I used to find really funny was when people with no martial arts training say things like, oh, I wouldn't want to compete in the MMA, you know, I just use too many deadly moves. You don't know what they are. And when I explain what they are to you, you cringe. Was I able to do backflips? No, that wasn't essential in disarming an opponent. Did I train Muay Thai? For like a month. I'm not good at it. I wouldn't be able to teach you. I wouldn't consider myself an authority on it at all. What are the deadly moves? Driving your thumb into someone's eyeball. The way that the face is made up, especially when you consider the nose, the eyes, and the ridges here, means that if you brace your thumb as hard as you possibly can and jab it into someone's face, as long as you hit one of the ridges of bone around here, what's going to happen is your strike is going to be guided into this bit just here. Almost every single person on the planet has enough strength to drive their thumb through somebody else's eyeball, but you will stop yourself doing it because you simply don't want to do it. Almost everyone has the actual amount of force required to rip off a human ear, but you will psychologically stop yourself from doing it before you do it because you actually don't want to do it. Striking someone with your elbow is also far safer than punching someone with a fist. If you punch someone with your fist, what you're going to do is break your fingers. A lot of human instinct rejects it, and so part of our training, or part of the training, was to actually overcome that and replace it with a practical idea. If I'm teaching someone to apply pressure to an opponent's ear once you have grabbed it. And if I were to say pull down hard, you won't, because you're scared of hurting them. But if you grab this ear as hard as I can and I were to say put that ear on the floor, you'll just do that, because in your mind that's not hurting them. Even though by putting the ear on the floor, you're actually then applying far more force than you would if you weren't psychologically thinking about doing it like that. If I were to say just pull down, you'd go, I don't want to do it. If I were to say just put it on the floor, you go, oh, okay. And the person you're holding will just go right with you, because it hurts like hell. There's a lot of stuff that we actually have to talk about in a psychological way instead of just a purely physical way. Right, where's this dude that I need to hand in the quest thing to? And this is why dehumanizing the opponent is kind of one of the most important things that you have to do in any kind of martial arts if you are trying to learn it for self-defense, as opposed to kind of learning it for fun. Did I ever get injured? A couple of times I sprained wrists and ankles and stuff, but in general, no. The most important thing about any kind of self-defense, and people always forget this, is that you aren't punching something, you're punching through it and trying to push it at the same time. And you could actually prove this with effectively a force graph. So if you imagine... Let me try and explain this. We're going to Syrian Point. If you imagine that you are punching a target, and this is what I used to teach all the time. Imagine you're punching a target. You have your strike. Let's use a fist. It's a bad idea, but let's use it just for visual representation. And let's say that your target is here. Most people will start the punch and they will end at or slightly through by about an inch or two into the target. And the reason they do this is because if you hit the target at the very end, you are fully extended into the strike, and it also makes a nice slapping sound when you actually hit. However, what I want you to do is, if this is your target, your punch does not end on or slightly through. Your punch ends about a foot through the target. Because if your punch starts here, this is the middle bit, and it ends here. If you look at a force graph of the power generated during the strike, it's a bell curve. You are actually generating the most force halfway through the strike. You're generating the least at the start and the least at the end, because you're not moving here and you're not moving here. You are moving at your fastest halfway through. So if you need to hit an opponent, you're trying to punch through them instead of punch them. And this was, when I was sparring full contact, the thing that I noticed the most about everyone that I sparred. They would always wait until I was about an arm's length away, and then they would throw a punch. And I'm thinking, even if you hit me, you've hit me at the end of your punch. Which means that all I'm going to feel is the force generated from the last 2 to 3 inches of that punch. What you want to do is hit me with the highest possible force, which is generated at roughly the halfway point of the strike, which is why boxers tend to get in close and then hit. Boxing is also one of the most useful things to learn if you want to go for self-defense. But you can step in. Yes, you can step in, and you absolutely should step in, but most people don't. They get trained to spar by pulling their punches and hitting someone at the end, which is why, in a really weird paradox, you can actually find that if you have to get into an actual fight against someone who is trained in martial arts, they will actually start to engage in behavior that makes them less deadly. They will start to fight as if it was a sparring technique. Sparring is just violent tag. That's the best way to look at it. And if you train at violent tag, you get really good at violent tag. But if I can offer you one piece of advice for self-defense, do cardio and run away. That is the best thing you can do. The winner of a knife fight dies in the ambulance. The loser dies on the street. Run away. Just run as fast as you can. Run, scream. If you need to, give them your phone, give them your wallet. I know it sucks, but just do that. Absolutely nobody, very, very, very few people, to be fair with that, are able to get involved in any kind of physical altercation and do well. It is incredibly risky, and the chance of you gaining some kind of permanent injury from it is incredibly high. De-escalate. You don't even need to be hit. If you are simply tripped or thrown onto the floor, consider yourself being punched by the earth. And the earth is pretty big. Yeah, the best tactic in a knife fight is to run away. Just sprint away. Just run. Now, the only time you should ever turn around and not run is if running would be the worst possible situation. One of the reasons, again, this is just me, I'm not giving you self-defense advice with this apart from run away, but one of the most important things that I was teaching back when I was teaching CQC was cardio, because until you've actually been in an extended fight, you have no idea how tiring it is to fight for longer than 3 to 4 minutes. The average person does not have the stamina to engage in a physical altercation for longer than 3 to 4 minutes. Innuendo that all you will. It is a funny innuendo, but it's also true. If you've ever had to get involved in a full boxing match, it is really, really tiring. That's why they will say you run out of gas before you run out of desire to do violence. Sometimes one of the best ways to win any kind of altercation is simply to wait for the other person to run out of stamina. And if you can just keep moving away, that works. That works really well. Now say you're in Texas and not the UK. I just got a gun. A weapon is a force multiplier. If you can multiply your force high enough that you don't need to learn self-defense, then yeah, go for it. I mean, there's no real argument against that, is there? And the other guy using a gun too. Yeah, the force is multiplied from both of you. And what then? Oh, Goose, then you just die. What do you want me to say to that? What answer do you want? I don't have an answer to give you that's going to make this work or make this nice. And the best way I can explain this, training in martial arts does not make you immune to a fight. It means that you are slightly more likely to win if you need to. But that slight is going from like 50-50 to 55-45. You might have a tiny bit of advantage, but you ain't giving yourself a huge advantage. Imagine the fact that it is still possible for a professional sports player to play sports against someone who plays casually and still lose. All whataboutisms lead to me saying, what do you want me to say? That's just how life is. We are training to do a small thing. Is my chest bruised? No, that's just a shadow. We are training to do a small thing, and that's give ourselves a small advantage. Nothing you can do beyond that. So people like to come back with, yeah, well, they'll have a gun. Yeah, they will. What do you want? How's the advantage you want? Basically, in a gunfight, initiative order even more important. Goose, in a gunfight, it's honestly just a massive, dangerous risk to everyone. I think people like to talk about the idea of what they would do in these situations, and the truth is what you would do in that situation is panic. please remember one thing, if you ever need to remember anything about why we train. We do not rise to our expectations. We fall to our training. If ever you imagine yourself being in a difficult, scary, dangerous situation, you will not do what you expect yourself to do. You will do what you've been trained to do. It's scary, it's loud, it's violent, you have no idea what's going on, you're going to make a huge amount of mistakes, you're going to make the wrong decision. What you need to do is work out a level of training that allows you to go through a series or a system that you can just go into. It's one of the reasons that any kind of workplace will do so much fire alarm training. That is a hard taught phrase for us. It's about systems. You do not rise to your expectations, you fall to your training. You train so when something happens, you don't need to think about it. The brain will betray you. The brain will fill with adrenaline. It's called the adrenaline dump. The brain will fill with panic. The brain will fill with you doing weird things that you didn't expect. And what you need to do is say, I don't need any of this. I have trained. I know what I'm doing. You go into autopilot mode and you do that. You stay as calm as possible. It's why people always say stay calm whenever you're in a situation. As much as you want to freak out and see everyone else freak out around you, it's the worst thing you could do. Also, treat martial arts, if you want to do them, as sports. Treat them as relaxation, treat them as fitness. If you want to actually be able to defend yourself, the best thing you could possibly do is never, ever, ever get into a fight. And one of the best ways to never, ever, ever get into a fight is, and this is twofold, one, look like the kind of person that nobody else wants to mess with. And two, don't ever mess with anyone. Like, if you can do that, fantastic. If you are the kind of person that looks like you're just super tough, no one's going to mess with you. And then you can make sure that you never mess with anyone else. And that's a perfect balance. High-level Krav Maga guy. Years ago, used to train disarming guns and handing the gun back and repeating. But they had an incident where a student had to disarm somebody for real, and his muscle memory kicked in, and he just handed the gun right back and got shot. That is dark humor. If that is true, god damn. Now they're trained to disarm, rack around, and point the gun. Yeah. You will just do what you're trained to do. I will let you in on one secret, though. And we kind of had to explain this to the military guys as well. Training gun disarms is often done to make the person training feel like they're safe within that situation. You're not. Run. If you have to get into a choice between attempting to disarm a weapon from someone or being shot by that weapon immediately, then yeah, go for the disarm, but please don't treat the disarm as if it's going to be the best possible outcome. Now we go for this guy here. The most common question that I used to get from anyone when I was teaching martial arts was, what would you do if someone pulled a gun on you? And I'm like, I don't know, just give them whatever they want. What would happen if there were like 3 guys attacked you? I don't know, I'd probably die. What would you do if I grab that book over there and start to attack you? I don't know, I'd scream and run away. I'd get my phone out and try and film you, and I'd cooperate to not die. And yeah, the truth obviously is that I would teleport behind them, say, nothing personal, kid, and then take out the katana and cut them, which has been folded 1,000 times. Hero mentality is very, very dangerous, and I guarantee that the amount of people that want to try and think they can be heroic in these situations, Very low. Very, very low. Do you have to unfold it first? That is the problem with the katana being folded 1,000 times. You have to then unfold it. Anyway, guys, it's past 10 o'clock. Josh, been a fan of yours a while, but never seen a stream. Wanted to say you are the GOAT. I appreciate that. And now I'm going to go to bed because this goat is tired. Guys, go and have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow at 6 o'clock, 6 till 10, every single night, every day. We're never leaving. We live in Azeroth now. Who else is streaming? I don't want to leave you alone with your thoughts. That would be scary. Oh, there's some Race to World First going on. Let's see who's online still. We would normally raid... Hello, Paladin. We would normally raid like Rage Darling, but I don't think she is online anymore. We've got Kiwo. Kiwo is playing RimWorld, and we love Kiwo. Kiwo's lovely. Lovely person in real life. Go and say hi to Kiwo for me. Kiwo's playing RimWorld. It's either that or be alone with your thoughts, and no, you don't want to be alone with your thoughts. Right, go say hi to Kiwo. Apart from that, no, she is not, and we love RimWorld. I'm sure she is lovely. I've seen her a couple of times in real life, and she's always been a great person. Go and say hi. Take care. Good night. God bless.